Welcome to the Ocean Race Summit, streaming live from The Hague. I'm Umberto Tan, your host for today. We were meant to be meeting in person, but like many of you, we have had to adapt and adjust to changing circumstances, just like the ocean races who inspire us so much. So it's my pleasure to host this summit online, where now we can have people joining us from all across the world. And welcome to everyone, and a special warm welcome to those from our international host cities, where the next edition of the Ocean Race will stop. This is the second summit in our current series, following the first one held in Genoa, Italy, hosted with Mayor of Genoa Marco Bucci, who continues to drive change for healthier oceans. Today we're talking to an inspiring lineup of people sharing their passion, winning strategies and solutions to help accelerate us towards a healthy blue planet. And our co-host, Liz Bonnen and I, we have spoken earlier with so many fascinating people about how we can win this race for the ocean. And you'll be able to talk live with these guests in our action labs, which are half-hour breakout sessions scheduled midway through the summit and again at the end. And you can also chat with them and other summit participants through the interactive app we're using, Slido. So, as I said, I'll be your live host today, handling the TV, part of the show, but to get the interactivity going on, I'm joined live in our social distance studio by Nick Roos, a passionate environmentalist. He's a WWF ambassador. He's an ocean lover. He's an actor. He's a YouTuber. He's a musical star in the Netherlands with a following of 300,000 people. So Nick, tell us a bit about what you have been doing lately. Something exciting you've encountered.
Well, last year I've been to Siberia for the WWF to check what is happening with our raised money, because that's my big question. If I give money to a charity fund, I want to know what's happening with that. So I went there by myself and we made a YouTube documentary about it. We were literally feeding the prey of the tiger so they don't starve in the high snow.
So did you see any tigers?
No, there are so few tigers there, so we didn't see.
Was it cold?
It was minus 30, but it was nice to see and to put the camera traps by myself there. It was very cool.
So I just told the audience about the Slido. Take us through Slido, what it is and what we can do.
Yes, just because you aren't here with us, it doesn't mean that we can't interact with each other. We want to interact with you guys at home. So we have a website called Slido, where we can chat with each other. You can share your ideas, you can share your thoughts, and we can do polls on that as well. So let's get into that. Open your browser. It works the best on your phone. Humberto's gonna do it with us. I have it here too in front of me. Open Slido in your browser. Type in slide.do, and you will find our website, and you have to put in the event code. It's called The Hague 2020. If you put The Hague 2020 with a G inside of the code thing, you will, I will do it by myself too, you will enter our event. And here we can interact with each other. It will be very nice. We're gonna do some polls and we're gonna chat about everything we come across today. I have some general housekeeping rules for Slido. Remember to add your name when sharing your thoughts and ideas, so I can see your name as well. And get involved. We want to know your ideas. We want to know about your ideas about the conversations we're having today. We will also be using polls throughout the summit. So remember to switch to polls if there's a poll coming, and don't forget that you switch it to most recent, so you can see the most recent comments. So let's have a practice poll for everyone, so we can practice how it works. We're going to start with a very important question today. What color shirt is Humberto wearing? Is it A, blue? Is it B, pink? C, green? Or D, no shirt? What do you think? What do you think, guys, at home? I will vote for no shirt, because that's the best answer, I think. And I think everyone at home wants to see you without a shirt. But 67%. People are actually voting right now. Thanks, guys. It's working. It's working. But everyone thinks pink.
No, everybody thinks that you are Umberto.
No, I'm not Humberto, guys. This is Humberto. I'm Nick Rose. But thank you. The votes are going up and down. Everyone's seeing now that you have a blue shirt, so the most people are going for that now. But pink was their most favorite with 45% and blue with 35% still going up.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, just to be sure, I'm wearing blue. We know it takes teamwork, ingenuity, courage, and absolute belief in your strategy to win the ocean race. And to open the summit today, I'm joined by Richard Bricius, race chairman of the ocean race, who has an inspiring story to tell about a race legend and his positive spirit. Richard, thank you so much for joining us. You have been involved in the racing scene for quite a long time, and now you're the chairman of the Ocean Race. Can you tell us a bit about the Ocean Race and racing with purpose?
Thank you. The Ocean Race is a round-the-world race that's been taking place since 1973. And since the very beginning, looking after the ocean, thinking about our planet and thinking about the people on the planet and helping them achieve the extraordinary, that has been part of our DNA. It happens every 4 years, and I've been part of it for almost too long, but I just love it.
And you do that with legends of sailors. You've worked with sailing legends like late Magnus Olsen, for instance. Could you share your thoughts about him and what he has accomplished?
Yeah, Magnus was one of these really unique persons that those who have met him will never forget him. And for others, he was like Jesus. Everyone heard about him, but you haven't really met him. And Magnus, he really stood out on his 7th round-the-world race. For the first time, he became the skipper of the Ericsson 3 boat. He had always been a crew member, and now he was asked, you have to be skipper, because the other skipper had an injury. And Magnus stood up to the occasion, and it wasn't on any leg. It was on one of the toughest legs in the race history, because it was in the middle of the winter, racing from Singapore up to China. This enormous storm came that hit one boat after another, and one boat cracked up, one boat almost sank, and they went into safe harbors. So did Magnus' boat. They got a big crack in the hull. The boat was almost sinking. The boat crew did a fantastic job to save it. They came into this little harbor in the northern tip of Taiwan. The crew were scared, wanting to leave, some of them. The boat was irreparable. It would take 3 months, the experts of the world said. But Magnus, he went off the boat, came on the dock, and I met him there, and he said, Richard, I see so many opportunities in this. I can only see positives in this. I like, what do you mean? But sort of fueled by his energy and by his sort of sudden leadership that he stood up to, the whole team just stood behind him. The whole of Ericsson was behind this team. And 10 days later, they were out racing again, chasing the other teams, heading north up to China, finishing the leg with a smaller crew because some people actually left, filled up with new people, more food, and then took off on the longest leg in the history of this race, from the northern part of China, across the whole of the Pacific Ocean, down around Cape Horn and up to Brazil. In total, 15,000 miles. It's almost half the way around the world. And what happened? Some magic happened, because they started to catch up one boat, another boat, and then they took this gutsy but very thought-through call when they came to New Zealand to sort of, when all the boats were heading south, they decided, let's go northeast, because they had seen a window of opportunity, weather opportunity. And 2 days later, they were in the lead. And they caught all the boats with surprise, of course, managed to hold on to this lead down around Cape Horn, up into Rio de Janeiro, under the sugar loaf and the Jesus statue there. And Magnus was laying, people were pouring champagne into his mouth, and he said, this really shows that you can turn any diversity, any sort of adversity into a success if you just stick with your team and you stay positive and stand up to the occasion. So I guess the message I take away from this, and the solution that Magnus always showed, is that in a crisis, then you need to trust maybe a different type of leadership. And importantly, if you in a crisis want to take that winning leap, then you have to do something different from the crowd. And that's what they did when they sort of went northeast and the others went south. But most importantly with Magnus is that he truly believed in being positive. And if you ask anyone around the sailing world, they say he was always smiling, he was always smiling. He was not always smiling, but that's what he showed to everyone. because he believed in a happy crew. He said, with a happy crew, you have a happy boat, and with a happy boat, you can win. So that's the message from Magnus. Stay positive.
Thank you so much, Richard, for this beautiful story about the late Magnus Olsen, the great Magnus Olsen. And thank you for your story. Thanks again.
Thank you, Humberto. Great. Thank you.
A powerful and great story, and I've been told that Magnus was one of those people who had a big impact on everyone he met. And when you hear that story, you begin to understand why. That kind of positivity in the race of such big challenges is a rare quality and was a winning strategy as well for the legendary Magnus Olsen. Nick, when you hear the story about Magnus, what do you think?
Well, I think it's a big inspiration for not giving up. And I think positivity is such a powerful thing in any situation, actually.
It's a great tool, isn't it?
Yes.
It is. During the epic leg of the race, I can imagine Magnus was completely in the zone and absolutely performing at the best with his team. Let's look into this a bit deeper with our next guests and consider how we can draw on that winning spirit in our race for the ocean. Earlier, I spoke with Charlie Enright, co-founder of the 11th Hour Racing Team, sports psychologist Anje Marijke van Bokstel, and filmmaker and ocean advocate Richard Verveers. And I wanted to learn more about the strategy sailors in the ocean race use to perform when the odds are against them, and how to stay in the zone. And to hear how we can use the power of sport and storytelling to get people fully engaged in ocean conservation. Welcome, Charlie, Anja Marijke, and Richard. Thank you for joining me. Charlie, to start with you, you have some amazing and challenging experiences from the ocean race. Can you tell me about your highlight or your pivotal moment in your career?
I think most of the highlights or pivotal moments in my ocean racing career center around Cape Horn, which is the Everest of sailing, if you will. It was two drastically different experiences, the two times I was fortunate enough to get there. The first was with Team Alphamedica in the 2014-15 edition of the Volvo Ocean Race. And at that point, my partner Mark Tal and I were young, kind of up-and-coming members of a team. And we routed Cape Horn in first place, which was a pretty amazing experience. A position that's usually reserved for more experienced sailors. For us to get there first was an amazing accomplishment competitively, but also personally, because it felt like the culmination of a lot of hard work just to get there, honestly. And it wasn't quite the same the second time we were there in the 17-18 edition of the Volvo Ocean Race. We got there in decent position, second place, sight to behold. And then shortly thereafter, our rig came tumbling out of the sky. And it was a pretty stressful situation for us to try to get the whole crew to safety, first and foremost. We were able to make it to the Falkland Islands, which is a very interesting place, if you ever have the chance to go there. And then we had to get the boat back in the race because it is a competition, and the next leg was starting in Brazil, and it was important to us to notch a good result coming into Newport, our hometown. And it's a very difficult part of the world to sail, and it produced two drastically different experiences for us. And if we learn one thing down there, it's definitely to expect the unexpected.
Anja Marijke, when you hear Charlie talk about his experiences, what happens to the human brain? Can you describe that for us, please?
Yeah, to quickly describe that, we have two main systems in our brain, and one of them is the fear system, and the other is the growth system. So whatever awful happens, or crisis, or danger, or what happens is it elicits a lot of adrenaline, cortisol, stress feelings, negative thoughts, and most of the time crews are going to blame and shame each other, or you feel unworthy of yourself, or feel you're never going to win. And this stress elicits reactive behavior just to get rid of it, and that is narrow behavior. It is repetitive and boils down to fight, flight, or freeze. So what Charlie describes, the other system, the growth system, it starts off with having a clear dot on the horizon who you want to be as a team. So to step over to that system, it creates endorphins, dopamine, and makes us flexible, lets us create new effective behaviors, and grow brain paths by which we can grow our talents into strengths. So to grow steep learning curves. So in those pivotal moments, when we are successful, it's almost always about this growth system.
Richard, you made the movie Chasing Coral. Did you experience stress making it, or did you have challenges making it?
Well, we had huge challenges making Chasing Coral. Initially, we took a huge risk to try to tell the story of what the climate change impacts on coral reefs. But we didn't know whether there was going to be a big heat wave that we could actually record and film. And so we had this stress of not knowing what the future held. And we just had to rely on belief that there was going to be something to film. And it turned out to be the biggest heat wave in history. Then the second part was the technology. We decided that we wanted to take long-term time-lapse cameras underwater. And this was the first time it had been done. So we had a huge risk there. And it failed. And the whole idea of the film was based around this imagery. So we had to find a solution, and it was a failure that no one could have predicted. And then thirdly, we had the emotional challenge. When this heat wave struck and we were on the Great Barrier Reef for weeks on end, diving every day, that was the moment where you're watching an ecosystem that you're in love with die before your eyes. And you got that huge emotional challenge on top. So very, very challenging throughout.
And what was your biggest takeaway from making the movie?
I think the biggest takeaway was things work out if you really have that belief. There's always the unexpected that happens. And so as long as you've got the drive to succeed, you can make it work. And also, if you get people emotionally involved in an issue and engaged in an issue, which a film can do if it's done well, directed well, it's amazing what can be achieved from that.
From that common idea you have.
Absolutely. And you just get people emotionally engaged in an issue. And as a result of Chasing Coral, there's been an investment of about $90 million in targeted conservation action where we most need it. And that's because of just engaging people emotionally. And then I think thirdly, there's really a formula for achieving action. Often conservationists really focus on creating outrage and the logical argument for why we should act. But you also need optimism and excitement. And it's that excitement especially that is really needed to get to action. And that's where working with partners like the Ocean Race makes all the difference, because that's the epitome of ocean racing. It's about excitement, and conservationists can't bring that to an issue like this.
In sports, I know, Charlie, you have something that's called the zone, where you really thrive and everything goes well.
You know, being in the zone is a great place to be. You know, everything kind of comes easy. It's natural. Everybody's getting on. It's symbiotic. The results are good. It's all positive. And you don't really have to think. It just happens organically. It's a pretty magical place. The hard part is transitioning from not being in the zone to getting back into the zone. And exactly how you do that is kind of the crux of competition, I think. And sometimes it's uncomfortable, and you have to overcome frictions and adversity to get back to this easygoing place. But you know, that's how you get the most out of yourself. I really think that, and that's how you achieve that competitive advantage.
Anja Marijke, how do you get into that magical place, as Charlie calls it, the zone?
Yay, great question. It starts out what Richard just said. You have to have a shared dream, like cleaning oceans or winning the ocean race, and that dream has to be about a shared ambition, about who you want to be successful, or what you want to thrive for. And when you do have that and you connect individual values of your crew members or people who want to stride with you for this big dream, then you have to show a lot of contagious leadership behavior, focusing on those behaviors that help you to make steps towards that collective goal. And that exactly is the growth system. And as crew members and especially as a leader, when you focus on each little step that you make getting closer to this dream, the performance grows and the excitement grows. So there are really clear numbers around that. When you give feedback on those behaviors you need to follow this dream, performance growth with 37%. When you give negative feedback to all the stuff crew members don't do well, performance declines with 27%. So it's about leadership, it is about collective dream, and it's about creating a team culture in which you put a focus on effective behaviors.
And could you bring that same winning mentality as you describe it, and approach as well to saving our oceans as well? Because we're trying to find common ground in how your winning strategy on the ship can we use it as non-sailors.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. And to COVID, and because what is happening when you have a common dream like cleaning the oceans, sometimes we get discouraged because it takes such a lot of time, and not everybody is stepping in. But sharing this collective dream, growing your resilience because you focus very well, you give each other positive feedback and put a focus on those behaviors that help you to stride for this dream. Another thing is always keep your eye on those things you already accomplished. And then from there, look at what you still have to do. It's a mind trick and it helps you to be optimistic and resilient again. Because normally we feel that it takes willpower to reach for those big dreams. But willpower is a muscle that tires off. So it is all about this growth system, and it works with cleaning oceans too.
Do you recognize that as well, Richard? Because you're used to working with lots of people and getting them together, really different kind of people as well. Do you recognize what Anja Marijke says about willpower and growth instead of willpower?
Absolutely. It is all about willpower and that resilience and the winning mentality. Unfortunately, in sort of ocean conservation, so many people have hit obstacle after obstacle after obstacle that they've lost that sort of winning mentality. And it's become about almost damage limitation, which is why we need the new energy of different players with different skills coming into ocean conservation. That's absolutely critical. We need to create excitement and that winning mentality that it's very difficult to sort of massage that out of sort of traditional conservation.
And Charlie, how do you think, if you talk about the willpower and leadership, we've talked about that, how does that translate into ways that we can engage sailors and sports fans around the world as we look to find solutions on issues of climate change and ocean health?
Yeah, I think you're seeing the narrative in sports sponsorship change. It's becoming a lot more cause-based in all sport, but in particular ocean racing. And that's what we have here with 11th Hour Racing. And I think as athletes, as leaders of the team, founders of our organization, I think we have the responsibility to lead by example. And I think it starts at the top. And I think the way that we work with our partners, the way that we challenge them, the way that we try to enact change, the way that we prioritize ocean health and sustainability in our organization, the way that we try to educate our team members to make it a priority and to make them good ocean health advocates and communicators around the subject matter. It doesn't happen by accident. We spend a lot of time on this. We prioritize it. just recently, we worked with Richard, and as a team, while we were all in COVID lockdown, we actually watched Chasing Coral together, and helped build that passion in our team. And it takes that shared goal, that shared vision, to actually start moving the needle on some of this stuff. And we pride ourselves on the fact that we're a very small part in a big problem, which can oftentimes seem overwhelming, but it's important we all get on the same page.
Did you feel confident after seeing the movie about our future?
I did personally, because I think Richard did a really good job capturing the issue at hand, and I think it was a real motivator. It was a very inspiring picture. I mean, there's two ways to look at every single thing, and I think if we look on the bright side, that we're now aware, I should say, and we have the ability to do something about it. It is really empowering. So I felt good, certainly, after seeing the video, and hopefully members of our team did as well. And we're a growing army, which is a good feeling.
Inspiring insight and stories there from Charlie, Anja Marijke, and Richard. It's clear that winning attitudes and buoyant positivity aren't just reserved for athletes performing at their peak, but can be a solution when applied strategically through powerful storytelling to inspire all of us. In this next session, my co-host Liz finds out about getting into our blue mind. Let's hear what the author of Blue Mind has to say.
Well-being and global wellness are now recognized as crucial aspects of what societies need to thrive. And with the current pandemic, it's at the forefront of everyone's minds. We're all experiencing the need to connect to nature and instinctively realize just how good it is for us. But how can we translate that awareness into action? Well, joining us is Dr. Wallace J. Nichols, author of the best-selling book Blue Mind, to tell us about the many benefits of our oceans, but also how they can help us to secure a better future for all life on Earth. Jay, it's very lovely to see you. I'll start with the first obvious question, I guess. Blue Mind has been named one of the top wellness trends of 2020. Tell me, what is Blue Mind?
Well, Blue Mind simply is a phrase that refers to the mildly meditative state that we feel when we're near, in, on, or underwater. It puts us into a calm, creative, connective, even collaborative mode that's different from red mind, which is our more agitated, distracted action mode. So it's the calmness that we get, from the ocean.
And why did you decide to explore our connection with the ocean and to call it Blue Mind? And I presume there was neuroscience involved. How did all of that come about?
Well, I went looking for a book about the neuropsychological connection that we often feel with water and with the ocean, and I couldn't find it. So I started to research it on my own and found lots of different pockets of research in neuroscience and psychology, and started connecting the dots and started telling the story that we call Blue Mind now.
And how do you go about exploring what the scientific evidence is telling us about what our connection to water does to us in all different types of ways, psychologically, physiologically, everything?
So there are lots of techniques. You can ask people how they feel. That's the oldest, simplest way to study Blue Mind. You can also measure our breathing rate, our heart rate, our skin temperature, our blood pressure. You can also take a blood sample and look at stress hormones, or have somebody spit in a tube. And then more high tech would be an EEG brain scan, or an fMRI, which measures electricity and oxygen in the brain as a proxy for activity. So the best research puts it all together and tells a complete story with all of those techniques.
So you explored all of the above, wrote Blue Mind. Is the evidence irrefutable?
It's pretty clear, and the book came out in 2014, and every year there's been even more research that just doubles down and triples down on this basic idea that when we're at the water, when we're on the water, it puts us into a different state of mind that is calmer and healthier, which is particularly important in our stressed out world.
Indeed. And can you give us some examples of how people have been affected by the oceans through your research, through your experiences? I know you give a lot of talks about Blue Mind. Give us some examples of how it's affected us humans.
Well, Blue Mind is most clearly powerful among the people who need it most. So we're talking about first responders, the people who run towards danger on our behalf, talking about veterans, talking about at-risk youth. And so in these groups that are experiencing high degrees of stress and anxiety, we see the biggest gains in terms of clinical research. There's so many great examples of programs involving sailing and diving and surfing that serve those who need it most. And the results have been fantastic. We really see a scaling up of these kinds of programs of adaptive surfing and adaptive sailing all around the world.
Oh, it sounds fascinating. And we're playing some Blue Mind interludes throughout the summit. What value do you think they can bring? Because you can look them up on YouTube.
That's right. So we realize that we can't always be near, in, on, and underwater throughout our days. So domestic water in our homes, whether it's the bathtub or a pool, but also virtual water, can play an incredibly important role. So art, photography, film, music, all sorts of art and expression, even a really good book about the ocean can take you to that Blue Mind place. So that's why we like to play both visual and auditory depictions of water in the ocean.
I think we all know how we feel when we're near water, particularly now through this pandemic, through this pause. A lot of us are really feeling a pull towards the ocean. How do you think our renewed or nurtured connection to the ocean can help us to be better custodians of our blue planet?
Well, you're right. I think this is a very intuitive idea, but we want to make it common knowledge. We want everybody to understand not only the intuitive part of it, but the scientific part of it, and really value all of what the ocean gives us. It gives us so much in terms of ecological and economic benefits, but it also gives us these massive, measurable, critically important emotional benefits. And so that's the conversation that we're really promoting. And if we fix that value equation around the ocean, I think good things will happen. If we undervalue the ocean, bad things happen. But when we properly value the ocean for all of that it gives us, then I think we'll start to repair what's broken.
It makes a lot of sense. And finally, to all of our summit attendants, many of which have a lot on their plate when it comes to protecting our environment, what's the best bit of advice you can give to them to be strong, resilient, passionate advocates for our oceans?
I think the best advice that I can offer, in addition to what you've probably been hearing all day, is to take good care of yourself. If you start to feel too much red mind, too much stress, or even worse, burnout, gray mind, get to the water, relax your mind, relax your body, bring somebody with you, and really enjoy what the ocean and what the water gives us, so that you can come back a better, stronger version of yourself to do the important work that we all have in front of us.
Great words of advice. Thank you so much, Jay. It's been a great pleasure chatting to you. Thank you.
Well, thank you. My pleasure.
Great advice. Get to the water and come back a better, stronger version of yourself. But water can mean different things to different people. I mean, we hear about red mind, blue mind, and now we're talking about water. And when I think about water, I think about black water. I was born in Suriname, in South America. There you have this place called Cola Creek. And the water there is quite black. Black as Coca-Cola. If you put your hand in, you can't see your hand anymore. But it's clean water. It
sounds dirty though.
No, it sounds dirty, but it's really clean. And it's because of the leaves that it turns black. But it's beautiful water. Oh. So if I would talk about water, that would be my water, to get calm maybe. What would your water be?
Well, I think my water is sparkling, because I'm referring to my drink, but also referring to my life, actually.
Oh.
Yeah, I think my life is sparkling. It should be sparkling all the time. And we are very curious what your water is. So go to the poll section, and we ask you the same question, actually. What is your water? It can be anything. It can be Cola Creek. It can be sparkling beach, whatever, the bathtub. We're just curious about what your water is. If you type in your type of water, we are going to see a big word cloud with everyone's water in it. So I'm going to type sparkling now. Humberto's joining, I think.
I'm joining as well.
All right. So let's just have a moment for everyone to give their water. Humberto, did you know that 70% of our brain is filled with water?
I didn't know.
And I think your brain is filled with wine, right? Not with water.
Okay. If it's filled with wine, let at least it be Dutch wine. I say Apostelhoeven wine from Limburg.
Okay.
The best Dutch wine.
Okay, so for all the Dutchies who are watching...
Apostelhoeven wine.
Limburgse wijn.
Limburgse wijn.
And did you know that 68% of all our fresh water is still trapped in glaciers?
I did not know that.
So if we don't do anything, it will be less.
Oh, okay.
Okay, let's go check the results on the word cloud. The biggest word is ocean.
Ocean, okay.
I think that's a good word, right? For everyone likes to go to the ocean.
That's a good one, ocean.
That's a good one.
So now we know what your water is. Keep that in your blue mind while Liz now explores how we can ignite people to action. She talks to two guests about how we can ride with the current of human nature rather than fight against it.
The many pressing environmental challenges that we are facing share one thing in common. For them to be solved, we need to change the way we humans behave, change the way we live on this blue planet. And here to share some insights into how these changes can lead to incredible successes in conservation and also lead to thriving, sustainable communities are Kevin Green, who heads the Centre for Behaviour and the Environment at RARE, and Lucy Shea, Group CEO at Futera. I'm very excited about this conversation. Thank you to the two of you for joining me. Kevin, can I come to you first and ask you about the science of behavior? It's really undergone a revolution of late, but how difficult or is it to apply that science of behavior to conservation and to environmental crises?
Yeah, thanks. You know, when you boil down the science of human behavior, the key takeaway is just that people are quite complicated, and although we all want to be rational, self-interested decision makers, we're just not always that good at it. And you know, an example is environmentalists have been really, really good at giving people the facts. Unfortunately, the facts are mostly bad news, and the sad truth is that too often, you know, facts don't change minds. People are funny, and even when facts do change minds, we're working against a phenomenon called the intention-action gap, which basically says that there's often a big difference between what people say they want to do and what they actually do. And so human behavior is funny, and it makes behavior change quite difficult.
And when it comes to the traditional tools of conservation that you have been using? So amassing lots of data, lots of information to give to the public and decision makers, or giving nature value, a monetary value to incentivize communities, or even using rules and policies to get people to toe the line. How successful have those traditional tools been in comparison to this new behavioral science approach?
Right. I mean, there have been a tremendous amount of, successes involved with using sort of these, as you refer to, these sort of more traditional tools of solving environmental challenges, things like information, facts, material incentives, and rules and regulations. But, oftentimes people don't follow the rules, or they're difficult to enforce. Material incentives sometimes have unintended consequences, and as I said, facts often just don't change minds, and so the sort of revolution in the science of human behavior has availed us of a broader toolkit that we can begin to use as expertly as we use those traditional tools to motivate change. So things like, I think we all recognize that our emotions often fire a lot more quickly and more strongly than our rational thinking brain. And so emotional appeals, it can be a tool available to us. We're also deeply social animals. We like to cooperate, and most of us care an awful lot about what other people think of us. We often think of ourselves as this sort of competitive, self-interested species, and certainly our competitiveness has been a great achievement of our species, but we do like to cooperate, think about our participation in teams and our willingness to self-sacrifice for those teams. And so social influence is a really powerful tool. And we also have a lot of decision-making shortcuts sort of working in the subconscious background, that we're not really aware of, but that are shaped profoundly by what's happening around us when we're making a decision. And so the context of our decision-making matters quite a lot.
Fascinating stuff. And Lucy, the end goal of achieving behavioral change, I suppose, is so that we all live differently on the planet. We use resources differently. We live more sustainably. And the mission of Futera is to make sustainability the new normal. So how do you go about achieving that with the businesses and the global brands that you work with?
Well, we've always taken a very behaviour change approach to the communications that we do. So at Futera, we do logic and magic. We do the really hardcore sustainability strategies, but we marry that with the magic of creative to make change happen. Because as Kevin touched on, it's emotions that drive us more than rationality. So in creating this new normal of desirable sustainability, we've always taken a very evidence-based and behaviour change approach to our branding and communications. We engaged over 1 billion Chinese users in a anti-trafficking campaign by using the tactic of getting people to identify by choosing one of the animals at risk, and getting celebrities, influencers, and normal people to say, I choose, rosewood, or particular type of shark, whatever it may be. And it was one of the most widely participated in campaigns in China that year, let alone on environmental issues. So we do a lot of that. And, it's really easy to say at the moment, oh, it's all doom and gloom and it's terrible. And I know we're going to come to the COVID crisis in a moment, which is terrible. But, we've seen some really amazing strides in making sustainability desirable. Google has released some of their latest trends data showing that even in this awful pandemic, searches for how do I live a sustainable lifestyle are up 4,550%.
That's incredible.
I know. So there's lots to do. There's still cynicism. People still feel guilty about the climate. Nearly 90% of UK citizens feel guilty about the climate. We need more optimism and more of this behaviour change approach. But, I feel we can get in the right direction.
You're definitely pointing to that we have a lot more in us than might be presumed, I suppose, And when it comes to the younger generation, they've been very vocal about climate change in particular in the last few years. But tell me about the honest generation, who they are, what does that mean to call them the honest generation, especially when it comes to propelling change at the business level?
Yeah, so we've done a lot of research recently with the Consumer Goods Forum, surveying people across India, China, UK, US, and looking at what people are expecting from brands and from businesses. And unsurprisingly, everyone wants more transparency or more honesty, as we're calling it, more, more humanness almost, more ability to admit that, businesses and brands aren't perfect, but they're trying. And the honest generation piece comes from, now, I mean, if you're kind of my age, you kind of sometimes get a bit sick of this, oh, the young people will save us. Well, not really. This is on our watch, and I as a Gen Xer, I intend to dig in and, make a difference. But the honest generation says that the Gen Z have grown up with fake news. They've grown up with the climate crisis. They're a bit different to millennials, who tend to be a little bit more satisfied with kind of purpose and vision. The Gen Zs have said, no, that is not enough. We want real action. We want quantifiable action. We want to see data at the product level. And we demand more honesty and transparency from our brands and businesses.
That's very exciting to me. Very exciting indeed. And Kevin, tell me about some of the projects you've been working on with fisher people with regards to sustainable fishing, and they're taking ownership of doing their livelihoods in a way that is more sustainable.
Sure. So we work with a lot of small scale fishing communities around the world in places like the Philippines, Indonesia, Mozambique, Brazil, where there are about 50 million small-scale fishers globally, and they provide about half of the world's global fish catch. This also happens to be where most coral reefs are located, close to the shore. These areas make up about 1% of the ocean, but account for about 25% of its biodiversity. So these areas are incredibly important from both a nature and a livelihoods perspective. And what you have happening, essentially the collapse of a dwindling resource, where fishers are incentivized to just sort of go out and catch as much as they can, and everybody's sort of racing to catch the last fish. And so, we try to use these tools that I talked about, these tools of behavior change like emotional appeals and social influence and choice architecture, changing the environment of decision making to promote these new norms. And the thing is that, sometimes behavior change is really it works in kind of surprising ways. And so, an interesting example that I like to share is a community in Indonesia, in the Seribu Islands National Park, where we've worked for many years. We were looking to help the community of fishers there, most of whom happen to be men, organize themselves to begin to manage their fishery more sustainably. And the first step to doing that is getting them to join in, to participate in the decision-making body, the fishery management body. Oftentimes these bodies meet in the evening after a long day of fishing. And one challenge that we and our partners were discovering there was that it was really hard to get these men to come to the meetings, which was a bit of a surprise. And so with a little bit of digging in, a little bit of what we call empathy development, we started to understand that the reason for this is because the fishermen, their wives were skeptical. Why are they going to these meetings in the evening? And so with a little bit of a sort of surprising insight in a hard to find place, we realized that we needed to shift the strategy. And the target audience then became the fishers' wives, and getting them bought into this solution and thinking about how a more sustainable fishery leads to more sustainable nutrition for their children and better ultimate outcomes for the community.
Indeed, fascinating. And also it's very clear that different cultures, different ways of living require tweaking of those tools that you're using in behavioral science to make things happen. But fascinating stuff, absolutely. Lucy, can I ask you about the COVID pandemic, the pause that has been well and truly pressed, and the behavioral changes that are inevitably having to take place? So they're being forced upon us, but which of those sort of subsection of the behaviors are you looking at and are most excited about when it comes to what might stick, what might cause a ripple effect and become a new normal that can really help us to protect our oceans and our environments going forward?
Yeah, it's hard to talk about the benefits of COVID because obviously it's such an awful pandemic and some of us are affected more than others and there's terrible things going on. But what it has shown, I think, is it's tested some of the assumptions we've had over the years, that behaviour change takes a generation, for example. Well, no, it doesn't. We've all radically transformed the way that we live and work, or many of us, in order to tackle this crisis. There's a little bit of a philosophy or a belief perhaps in environmentalism as well, that people are bad, people are the problem. And I think again, this crisis and how people have responded to it, how we've done it with solidarity and we've done the right thing, has shown that people are good. You know, despite the media profiling of people that are breaking the rules and not going into quarantine, etc., over 80% of us are actually digging in and following the rules and doing what's needed to tackle this health crisis. So I feel that gives us a real moment of hope and a feeling of solidarity as well. And the other thing we've tracked as we've been looking at this is that even during this health crisis, people are still really, if not increasingly, interested in the more classic environmental behaviours, if you like, the types of things that we as environmentalists have been trying to get people to do for years. So searches, we talked about the huge explosion in desire or interest in sustainable lifestyles. And then quite specifically, people are searching for advice on home composting, or for advice on growing your own veg, even for advice on doing your knitting. So even in this time of a health crisis, people are looking, I feel, for a bit of a reset in how they can live a more sustainable life. And we asked, we did a tiny little survey at Futera where we asked people, should we have as radical action on climate change? And obviously the link between climate and oceans now is ever yet more intricately interwoven and pressing. Should we have as radical action on climate as we have done on COVID? And it has been a resounding response to yes. So in the US, about 60% of people said, yep, we need that. In the UK, about 70%. Now, this was a tiny sample, but we've since seen that replicated in much larger surveys from the likes of The Independent. And we even asked people, should brands be communicating on sustainability and the more environmental issues as well as health issues? And, people really don't want to see bandwagoning at the moment. People do not want to see brands trying to take almost advantage of this situation. You see the backlash at McDonald's separating their golden arches, for example. It felt silly and, not heartfelt enough. People want to see how brands are digging in to serve, not trying to be hubristic and take credit for things, but to serve. And people want to see brands and businesses still communicating on issues such as recycling and climate change, even during this pandemic.
And the facts that you just gave us about people being keen to solve the climate change crisis post-COVID is incredibly heartening. You would think we would all be just so terribly exhausted, but that is incredibly hopeful. We're almost out of time, but if I can ask each of you for a quick response to, first of all, Lucy, what the future of your mission looks like, considering what we're going through at the moment, this incredible crisis that has changed us and has caused so much suffering as well, but has caused some behavioral changes. What's the mission to sort of galvanize on that a little bit to get us closer to a sustainable future?
I've got so many answers to this. I'll just touch on one. We've talked a lot about how people aren't, we've done a great job of providing facts, but not necessarily at the emotional level. One of the pieces of work we're so proud of and want to do more with is our work with BAFTA around planet placement. And that is attempting to weave in environmental storytelling to the entertainment media, to not just provide those hard-hitting documentaries, but to actually show sustainable lifestyles in the setting of EastEnders or any other show you can think of. So we'll be pushing on with that.
Oh, I love that idea. Go for it. That's a fantastic way forward. Absolutely. And Kevin, I'll give the last words to you, if I may. What is the one thing that this audience of ours, that really represents a cross-section of our entire society, what is the one thing they can do starting today to really turn things around when it comes to protecting our oceans and our planet?
Sure. I love this question. So the power of social influence is the most transformative opportunity that we have to achieve sustainability. And so the answer that I like to give to a question like this is, choose the most ambitious but realistic thing that you can do to achieve more sustainability in your life. Maybe it's eating meat one fewer day per week. Maybe it's putting solar panels on your household or something else. Ambitious but doable. Choose that thing, do it, and then make sure that all your friends and family know about it. Make sure that it's observable, because as I say, the power of social influence is what's going to have the sort of massive impacts that we need to achieve sustainability. So choose something ambitious but realistic, and then make sure your friends and family know about it.
Act now, cause the ripple effect. I love it. That's absolutely beautiful. Very inspiring words. Thank you so much, the two of you. I could speak to you all day, but you've left us with so much food for thought and a lot of inspiration, which is just what we needed. Thanks again.
I like the point about normalizing behavior, and I think we can all agree that storytelling is a compelling way to get a point across. I'm looking forward to the breakout session coming up with Erin Baker from Time, where she explores storytelling and building an ocean narrative. Nick, how do you think we should be using sports, entertainment, films? She was talking about EastEnders, for instance, to help us to keep us all in our blue mind.
Well, I think it has a huge impact. I mean, teenagers rather listen to influencers and artists online than to their own parents, I think.
And do you have any hints on what would work with young people today? I mean, are you part of that honest generation?
Well, I think the people who are following me online already know a bit about nature, because I post...
How many followers you have?
Like 300,000 almost, but they know about nature because I post about it. I think the people who are not posting about nature, who also have a lot of followers, they should post about nature. For instance, a rapper or something like that, If he posts about his solar panels on his roof, everyone is like, whoa, that's great. Or if he's saying in his Instagram story, for instance, I eat one day a week, no meat. That would be great. I think what he was already saying, that's going to be a big impact. And I'm part of the honest generation because I want transparent companies and action instead of words. Okay. So I want to dig in more into the Slido section, because everyone is typing their ideas into the ideas section, and also posting some movies about movies that get them into their blue mind.
Okay.
Someone is saying Moana, and what movie would bring you into your blue mind, or series?
The Blue Planet by the BBC. I mean, the way they made it and the way they take you underwater is like amazing, really amazing.
But that's like realistic, right?
Yeah.
I like it when it's in a fiction movie. It's more integrated. So you have the natural things integrated into the fiction movie, like in the movie Life of Pi.
Oh, yeah.
It's so magical when he's on the boat and all these algae pop up because of the water is moving. And speaking of magic, because Lucy was talking about logic and magic. And I think that's pretty interesting, because you use logic, but you also use magic to achieve your goal and in your life. Do you use them both or just one?
I have to be honest, I don't use magic, I use logic. But I like what they said, that facts don't change minds. So maybe I should use magic more.
Yeah, I think that's a good one. And let's check on what you guys have to say about that. Let's go to the poll section and let's do a poll about it. Have you been using logic, magic, or a bit of both in your mission? I'm curious. I will say I use both. You have to give your own sauce to some messages, right?
Yes, I agree with you.
Yeah. Let's check on your response. 67% of you uses both. It's sometimes hard to find your magic, right?
It is, but it's worthwhile doing it, just to find some really great thoughts.
Yeah.
When Liz and I spoke with our guests earlier, we had a lot of fun with some ocean quick fire questions.
These are your quick fire questions. Sunset cruising or ocean racing?
Ooh, I'm gonna go with ocean racing.
Ocean racing.
Ocean racing.
Let's go with ocean racing.
Sunset cruising.
Sunset cruising.
Ocean racing, obviously.
Pacific or Atlantic?
Oh, Moana Nui Akiwa, Pacific.
I'm a California girl.
Ooh.
Pacific.
Pacific.
I have to stay true to my roots.
Atlantic.
Atlantic. Pacific.
Shark or dolphin?
It depends on the time of day.
Oh.
Dolphin. Shark.
Dolphin.
Shark.
Dolphin.
If I could be anything, I'd be a dolphin, but I really do love sharks.
Arctic or Antarctic?
Oh my, I pass.
Antarctic.
Arctic.
Antarctic, my dream.
Antarctic.
Arctic.
Both.
I haven't got a clue.
Upwind or downwind?
Downwind.
Upwind.
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 Definitely downwind.
Definitely downwind.
I'd rather be upwind of most things these days.
Above or below sea level?
Below sea level.
Above.
Definitely below sea level.
Above sea level.
I'm going to say above because pretty soon we're all going to be at sea level or below it anyway.
Surf, dive, sail, or swim?
Oh, that's hard.
Sail.
Swim.
Dive.
Gotta say surf.
I like to sail to my dive site and then spend all my time underwater.
First sail, then swim, then surf, then dive.
Tag or jibe?
Tack or jibe? Tack.
Jibe.
Oh, I love to jibe. Dangerous.
I have no idea.
Waves or wind?
Waves. Waves, waves, waves.
Wind.
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 Waves.
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 You know they can't be separated.
Nemo or Dory?
Nemo, it's from a movie, isn't it?
Definitely Dory.
Oh, Nemo.
Nemo.
Dory.
Nemo, don't ask me why.
I can't remember.
Oh, Dory. She's got just the best attitude. Just keep swimming.
Perfect, you've passed. Flying colours. Well done.
I love it when Anja Marijke says, Nemo, that's from a movie, isn't it? We're going to play that game with you now. So Nick, fire away with the quick fire questions.
Yes, so I'm gonna ask you the same question. So get your slide ready, and we're gonna make a big word cloud from your answers. So get your slide ready, go to the poll sections, and I will say the questions and you fill one in. So are you guys ready? Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm going to join. I'm going to join.
You should join too, yes.
I will.
Okay, let's go. First one, Pacific or Atlantic? What would you choose? I don't have an association with the Pacific or Atlantic, so I don't know actually. Okay, have you filled that in? We're gonna go to the next one. Waves or wind? What would you rather have? Waves or wind? I like that one because someone said that it's not separable, so it's always together, right? Waves and wind.
It's true.
Next one, Arctic or Antarctic? What would you like? Or where would you rather be? Where would you rather be, Humberto?
Arctic. Antarctic is too cold.
It's both cold, right?
It's both cold.
Next one, above or below sea level? In Holland we live below sea level, so I'd rather choose above. So did you fill it in, above or below sea level? Let's go to the next one, North Sea or Coral Sea? Ooh. Well, I think this is an easy one for everyone because everyone likes the Coral Sea better than the North Sea. But even I like Coral Sea more, but I live in Holland, so I choose North Sea. Next one, surf, dive, sail, or swim? You dive, right?
I dive.
I dive.
I dive.
I would say surf. I don't know. Next one, shark or dolphin? I would say dolphin.
Yeah, me too.
Next one, Nemo or Dory? Dory, for me.
Really?
Next one, upwind or downwind? All right, next one is sunset cruising or ocean racing? Yeah. Sunset cruising in Miami. I like that. Okay, next one, tech or jibe? Jibe sounded like dancing to me. When I first heard it, I was like, is this a dance? But I know what's it. Okay, and the last one is Poseidon or Neptune? What would you choose? Okay, if some people are still filling it in, I'm gonna fill something in too. And let's check on the results. What is the biggest word? It's still going, people are still replying, so it's still moving a bit, the cloud is still moving. But I can already see that dolphin is way bigger than shark.
Yeah.
I think dolphins are nicer because they can also jump and stuff.
And they're smart.
Yeah, and they're smart too.
Really smart.
Sometimes sharks are afraid for dolphins, right?
It's true. It's true.
So dolphin is way better than sharks. Atlantic and Pacific are the same, but they're very big too, and waves is very big.
Waves is big, that's good.
Yeah, that's very good.
Big waves.
Big waves.
Okay. That's good.
Yeah, thanks.
Good results.
Thanks for responding, guys.
The last few years have been massively focused on the global issue of plastic pollution in our ocean. We've seen so many commitments and people are beginning to come together to take actions. But is that a wrap on plastic? Is it enough? Liz Bonnen was immersed into the plastic pollution issue through her documentary, Drawing in Plastic. Let's hear what she has to say on the state of plastic pollution today and what lies ahead.
Single-use plastic and the ocean plastic crisis raced to the forefront of global consciousness during the 2017-18 edition of the Ocean Race. A perfect storm seemed to have formed, and around the world we witnessed extensive media coverage, public outcry and action, as well as government pledges and commitments. The true impact of plastic waste on marine environments was revealed through investigations and documentaries. Images of seabird chicks throwing up bottle tops, whale bellies full of bags, and turtles entangled in fishing nets outraged us all. Scientists revealed how coral reefs, already under tremendous pressure from heating oceans, were becoming diseased because of plastic. That microplastics had infiltrated the food webs of even the farthest reaches of our blue planet, and that the missing 99% of ocean plastic could now be detected on the sea floor in staggering concentrations. We woke up to the recycling myth, brought to light when China finally closed its doors to importing the West's plastic waste. We discovered that of the 8.5 billion tons of plastic manufactured to date globally, 91% has not been repurposed. That recycling is a very different thing to downcycling. That no country in the world had the infrastructure in place to adequately collect and repurpose the rubbish we were diligently sorting into recycling bins, and that a large proportion of plastic waste in the West was ending up in mismanaged dump sites in Southeast Asia, and ultimately into rivers and our oceans. As scientists continue to study the extent of the ocean plastic problem, new research revealed that toxic chemical additives leach out of plastic and into the environment and our food and our drink, damaging our endocrine system and reproductive health, and shockingly, that we're ingesting even more microplastics from the air that we breathe. At the first Plastic Health Summit held in Amsterdam last year, plastic was described as the new smoking. What was coined the Blue Planet effect spurred a laudable response. The public rallied to organize beach cleans and anti-single-use plastic campaigns. Supermarkets trialed refill stations and plastic-free aisles, and plastic bag bans came into effect. Retailers rewarded the public with discounts for reusable cups, and they banned plastic straws. Entrepreneurs around the world chose not to wait for industry or legislation reforms, and they boldly fundraised to design chemical-free, biodegradable packaging, and they attempted to clean up the Great Pacific Garbage Patch of its 2 trillion pieces of plastic. Young scientists invented and innovated to find solutions, including designing magnetic liquids that can clean wastewater of microplastics before it enters the ocean, or using bacterial enzymes to break the plastic down. Businesses also jumped on board to manufacture plastic products made from the millions of tons of plastic waste at our disposal. A bioplastics and packaging innovation explosion ensued. G20 countries came together to discuss steps to clean up the environment of plastic. Governments pledged to impose plastic taxes and announce bans on certain single-use items. Some countries announced plans to ban single-use plastic entirely, while others are still in talks about bottle deposit return schemes. So have these past 3 years of action and planning begun to turn the plastic tide? Well, the problem is, the plastic keeps coming. Over 300 million tons of plastic are manufactured each year. And this is forecast to increase to over 800 million tonnes a year by 2040. The world's largest petrochemical multinationals are each investing tens of billions of dollars in new plastic factories. And the carbon footprint of this juggernaut of an industry is set to emit as many greenhouse gases as 615 coal-fired power plants by 2050. 10 million tonnes of plastic currently enter our oceans every year. And in just 5 years' time, the amount of plastic in our oceans will have trebled. The scientific evidence is clear. This plastic crisis will not be solved through cleanup campaigns, taxes, or the production of recycled plastic goods alone. It will not be solved through the pretense that any new recycling facility in the world could ever cope with the staggering volumes of plastic packaging we throw away each day. We need to turn the plastic tap off at the source and embrace a new culture of reuse, refill, and repurpose in support of the environment. The ocean plastic problem and other environmental crises have one thing in common. They can all be solved with a global paradigm shift in how we choose to live on our blue planet. When we rely on an outdated economic model that demands unrestrained patterns of production and consumption, endless extraction of natural resources, and relies on infinite growth, the health of our planet suffers. The natural world is our life support system. When its health fails, our health fails. But if we choose to work with nature instead of against it, to live in a society that operates within planetary boundaries and allows the natural world to thrive, we thrive. It's time for bold and innovative industry and policy leadership, and for the public to make their voices heard and to be part of the solution by supporting such 21st century leaders. All the solutions are at our fingertips. It's time to act as a global community, as if our lives depended on it, because they do.
Hey, how you doing? What's going on? Just a light start of the song, cause there ain't nothing light about this. It weighs heavy on the planet, all the waste we produce, especially the non-degradable. It's not debatable. We need solutions when it comes to tackling pollution, no illusion. We need resolutions from the institutions worldwide. You can't close your eyes, but you can't hide. All that plastic, it ain't fantastic. It's cheap and affordable, and that's the plastic. The catalyst behind our throwaway society. Our progress might be our downfall, irony. But we should do better finally. We can't stay on the sideline quietly. We can't solve this thing together. Let's wrap it up so Earth can be better. Let's wrap it up. All the waste we dumping in the ocean. Wrap it up. Single-use and plastic as the notion. Wrap it up. This is bigger than you and me, but together we can clean up on land and sea. Wrap it up. All the waste we dumping in the ocean. Wrap it up. Single-use and plastic as the notion. Wrap it up. This is bigger than you and me, but together we can clean up on land and sea. So wrap it up. Let's keep it moving through the groove. When many see an issue, others still wanna prove. But the situation is drastic. That's why the blue planet made us turn the tide on plastic. After the ocean race, more came to end the scene. When China banned plastic import in 2018, the same year the single plastic directive was born, and the Clean Seas Pledge of the UN took form. So as a person, company, foundation, or nation, step up, we need collaboration. Produce and consume environmental friendly. Minimizing your waste can be the new trendy. Support innovation to eradicate our devastation. It's not too late, be part of the transformation. Because if I can wrap it up, you can wrap it up. They can wrap it up, we can wrap it up. All the waste we dumping in the ocean, wrap it up. Single-use and plastic as the notion, wrap it up. This is bigger than you and me, but together we can clean up on land and sea. Wrap it up. All the waste we dumping in the ocean, wrap it up. Single-use and plastic as the notion, wrap it up. This is bigger than you and me, but together we can clean up on land and sea. Wrap it up. All the waste we dumping in the ocean, wrap it up. Single-use and plastic as the notion, wrap it up. This is bigger than you and me, but together we can clean up on land and sea. So wrap it up.
Wise words from Liz, what she said. Plastic is the new smoking. And wise song I have from rapper Blast. Let's hope this really is a rap on plastic. Let's see what you think, Nick, about plastic.
Yes, guys, ladies and gentlemen, get your slide already because we're gonna do a new poll.
Yes.
Do you think this is a wrap on plastic, or do we still have a long way to go? I want to know. We have our own opinion. You too, probably. So you can choose between yes, we've made tremendous progress, or we are halfway there, or we've got a long way to go, or no, we've hardly made a mark. I would say we've got a long way to go, Humberto.
We got a long way to go. I know in the Netherlands in 2021 we're going to have a deposit on small plastic bottles. Yearly we have 900 million plastic bottles in the Netherlands alone. And I just wrote in the Slido ideas as well that in Rwanda, since 2008, plastic bags have been prohibited.
It's banned.
It's banned.
You think it's a third world country, but actually they are ahead of us.
They're ahead of us. In that respect, certainly, yeah.
Yeah, let's check on the results from this poll, and it's obvious 80% thinks we still have a long way to go, 19% says we've hardly made a mark, and 0% thinks we've made tremendous progress, and only 2% says we're halfway there. Yeah, this says it all.
You said it all. That's true. Well, I have to say the deposit on the bottles, I do like that here in the Netherlands.
Yes.
So we're going to talk about a subject that's really important, especially when we're here in the Hague, is the home of the International Court of Justice. Could a legal approach be a solution as we look to accelerate change? Earlier, I had an insightful conversation with some environmental justice campaigners and legal advocates from here in the Netherlands. We talked about nature-based and ocean rights, and how this approach gives the ocean a voice in discussions where otherwise it would not be represented. Coming up after this, Liz, she explores the idea of the personification of nature. She discusses some interesting examples from New Zealand and the Pacific, where nature is a given personhood status as a solution to protecting a specific area. Welcome Olivia Swaak-Goldman and Jessica Den Outer. Jessica, to start with you, you're a youth ambassador for the Global Alliance for the Rights of Nature. How did you wind up there?
Well, I became involved with the United Nations in 2017, researching global trends on rights of nature across the world. And from that, I developed to become recognized by the United Nations as an Earth-centered law expert on rights of nature. And that's how I ended up with the Global Alliance for the Rights of Nature as well, to promote youth participation in this movement.
So we're talking about right of nature or nature-based rights. What are nature-based rights and right of nature? What is it, Jessica?
So rights of nature are exactly what you think they would be. They are the rights of nature, for example, to exist, to live, to regenerate its vital cycles. And we say recognizing rights of nature because we believe those are ancient rights that nature has without the need for a human valuator. So that's exactly why I am saying that this is a great movement, because companies do have legal rights, but I believe nature should have rights as well.
And could you give me an example in this part of the world where you see where nature already has rights or maybe will be gaining rights?
So the first idea of nature having legal rights developed in 1972 with a professor talking about how trees should have legal standing. But in 50 years' time, this movement has grown really fast. And now towards 2020, you can see that the movement is spreading towards Western Europe as well. And if we're talking about the Netherlands, for example, the Waddenzee is gaining rights as well, hopefully in the near future. We are really working on that with a few lawyers here in the Netherlands.
So what would that mean? Would that mean, for instance, if I would pollute the Waddenzee and would have rights, that the Waddenzee could take me to court?
Exactly. So nature gains a voice and it can use that voice to speak up for itself in decisions where it's going to be affected. So for example, if the Waddenzee would have the right not to be polluted, that means that if you pollute the Waddenzee, it could directly take you to court and sue you because it can directly defend its interests.
Olivia, how did we get to the point where nature didn't have rights at all?
Well, the legal system as it's developed has been centered on the role of humans and what's in the interest of humans. So nature has been seen as a commodity, as something to be used by humans. And that's the structure that we have until now.
So is that part of the problem why we have such a decline in biodiversity?
Absolutely. The problem is we haven't seen it as being in our own interest to protect biodiversity sufficiently, so we haven't taken the steps necessary. Even though we're in the midst of the sixth great extinction, we're losing a million species, we haven't yet internalized that it's not only bad for us as humans, as well as being bad for biodiversity and nature as a whole to lose these incredible species.
So when you say sixth great extinction, what do you mean by that?
Well, there have been periods in the Earth where we've lost a significant amount of our species, but all the other ones, the 5 other ones, have been caused by natural occurrences, whether it's an asteroid, etc. This 6th one that scientists say we're in the midst of is the first one caused by human activity and done for profit. So we see it as our interest to be destroying biodiversity, and we haven't yet recognized that we need to take steps to actually change that. We haven't done enough.
We've been talking about it for years, of course, and now we see with the COVID-19 virus that when you do feel a sense of urgency, people are willing to do something. They're willing to put all their effort and money into making a vaccine, for instance. How do you see that sense of urgency which is necessary to protect our environment? How do you see that sense of urgency changing, Olivia?
Well, it's interesting. You bring up the COVID-19 pandemic, and maybe people are recognizing the role that nature plays also as affecting humans. So one could say there's evidence one way or the other that the pandemics can be caused by consuming wildlife. So maybe it's a way to encourage people to think about the impact on humans themselves. But what we really need to be doing is thinking about how are we going to change this structure in order to make it more effective in protecting nature?
And how could we do that in your perspective, in your vision?
What we need to be doing is building political will, and we do that by two ways. So on the one hand, we work with enforcement to get the enforcement built up so the laws that we have are being utilized. We have rules to protect the weak in society. We need to enforce those, including for wildlife. And on the other hand, we need to be building political will on a political level by stressing the importance of prioritization of protecting these species. So we need to be pushing governments and helping them in order to put their resources towards protecting these species and protecting nature.
Jessica, you're a youth ambassador for the Global Alliance. Do you think the youth can play an important role in influencing that political will?
Yes, definitely. I think the youth has a crucial role to play in redesigning society. And I think the youth may not have money, may not have power, may not even vote yet, but they can use social media power. And that's where our power lies. And I think especially if you look back towards 2018, youth are rising for climate justice. And I think this is great. And we should merge with that movement to present rights of nature as a tool for system change.
Olivia, you work for Wildlife Justice Commission. Does a penal code, do we have to have more penal codes in order to protect wildlife, in your opinion?
Absolutely. What we need to be doing is treating wildlife protection and wildlife crime as the organized crime that it is. It's the fourth largest transnational organized crime, worth billions every year. And if you take into account what's happening in the oceans and the forests, trillions every year. So it's organized crime that's behind this, doing it for profit because they're getting away with it. So what we need to do is we need to be stricter in enforcing our laws. We need to use the tools and techniques that we've developed to address other forms of organized crime and apply it to this form of crime because it's having a devastating impact. So we need to use all the skills that we have in order to address it.
And Jessica, what's the role of the United Nations Harmony with Nature program?
So in 2009, the United Nations recognized that it needs to work more with ways in which we can live in harmony with nature. And the 22nd of April was set up as the International Mother Earth Day. And it also was the birth of the United Nations Harmony with Nature program, who has ever since found ways and researches approaches to live in harmony with nature. And one of those ways to live in harmony with nature would be rights of nature. And that is exactly what I am working on.
For both of you, really short, please. Jessica first. When I speak to you in 5 years, what must have been changed?
Well, I'm certainly hoping that the Netherlands would have adopted rights for nature for the Waddenzee. But I'm very positive about everything that's happening now. In 50 years' time, the rights of nature movement has grown really fast. And I expect in 5 years' time to be even more rights of nature across Europe as well.
What do you expect, Olivia, in 5 years?
In 5 years, I expect that the governments have started effectively enforcing their laws so that wildlife is protected. So wildlife crime is no longer the high profit, low risk crime that it is today, therefore leading to the protection of our species.
Jessica den Outer and Olivia Swaat-Goldman, thank you both. Thank you so much for this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
To save our blue planet, we need to elevate our understanding and our empathy for the living, breathing ocean. Here to tell us more about why the meeting of traditional Indigenous knowledge and modern science, as well as the granting of the rights of personhood to nature, could be crucial in protecting our oceans, are Glenn Edney, ocean ecologist and co-founder of Ocean Spirit in New Zealand, and Dr. Daniel Hikaroa, Earth System Scientist at the University of Auckland. Thank you both for joining me. I'm very excited about this conversation. Glenn, can I start with you by asking about your book, The Ocean is Alive? You talk in your book about the ocean being one living system and the role that she plays in planetary self-regulation. Could you tell me a bit more about the science that underpins this?
Yeah, sure. So, look, planetary self-regulation is now an accepted scientific norm. So this self-regulation happens through the feedback, the tight interplay between life and environment. Now, this, of course, affects our climate, it affects our atmosphere, it affects all of the nutrient cycles that are essential for life, and most importantly, it is the backbone of the hydrological cycle, the water cycle. Now, of course, the ocean, as the major body of water on the planet, is really takes lead in all of those self-regulating cycles. And so through circulation, through metabolism, and through respiration, she supplies our oxygen, she looks after our carbon cycles, and of course, most importantly, as I mentioned, the water cycle.
So by understanding it in this way, this huge role the ocean plays in the interconnectedness of everything on the planet, how can that help us to better protect our oceans?
Right, so I think the important thing to understand about those things I just mentioned, these are living processes of a living planet and the ocean as a living being. Now, one of the things that we've got to realize is that it's not just life interacting with environment. This is kind of old thinking. And in fact, there is no separation. So there is actually no separation between the water and all of the biological organisms in that water. This idea, this 400-year-old idea of separation has been less than helpful. And in fact, it's just wrong. And so if we think about water, now water is absolutely fundamental to life. We know that. But look, 99% of the molecules in every single cell of your body and my body, everybody's, every organism, 99% are water molecules. Now, we're part of that water cycle as well. So we're all water beings. The ocean just happens to be the largest of the water beings. And through the water cycle, we are continually sharing that water. You might just say that life is animated water.
I love that. I love that description. Dan, the granting of personhood, the rights of personhood to animals has been gaining a lot of traction of late. Do you think the same should apply to our ocean? And why is our ocean a she?
Yeah, so the ocean is a she for me and for Maori and for Polynesians, because that's what the teachings tell us. And so the Pacific Ocean is the physical part is Te Moana Nui a Kiwa, Kiwa being the male form, but the personification of that ocean is Hene Moana. And so that's how we've been taught, that's how we conceptualize and understand the ocean. But why is she a she? Well, she provides for us. She nurtures us, she nourishes us, she embraces us, she listens to us when we're down, she embraces us in her fold. Of course she's a she, of course she's a mother. So now for the rights of animals. In New Zealand, of course, we've recently passed some laws which bring in these ancient Māori philosophies of connection with the land, and we've granted a river, a legal personality. And I'll try and read from the law. We talk about the Wanganui River, its catchment, the physical and the metaphysical as an indivisible whole. And so it's this Māori philosophy that's now expressed in this law which gives the river personality. So this concept draws from ancient ways of relating to and seeing yourself as part of the environment. We don't have that Cartesian split of nature and culture. And now that thinking really came out in the Enlightenment, and it led to command and control and mechanistic views of the world. Well, that doesn't hold so strong in Indigenous thinking, in particular Māori thinking. And so this personification of a river, and its catchment, we've also done it for a forest park. And so why wouldn't we begin to think, well, if we can do that on land, it's perfectly natural to be doing that out into the ocean, out to our ancestor, Hene Moana.
And as a result, being able to better protect that river, mountains, the ocean, by giving them those rights.
Absolutely. I mean, you care much more for your grandmother or a revered kin than you would for something that's separate from you. And so this framing of being relational, that's core, it's fundamental to a Māori worldview. And the word we have for it is whakapapa. It's our connection with everything, and it explains how the world was made and explains our connection with it. And we make sense of the world by how we relate to it. So the order of things which Michel Foucault, described for, this mechanistic view, is completely separate from a Māori and Indigenous view, which is the order of relations. It's more important how we relate to things than how different we are from them.
And it's going back to how we used to relate to our planet. So with that in mind, you've really been championing not only the giving of rights to the river, but also the marrying of traditional indigenous knowledge with modern science. Why is that such an important part of the conservation toolkit going forward? Will that be the thing that really allows us to protect the planet the way she deserves to be protected?
Well, I think so, and for a few reasons. One reason is Indigenous knowledge can draw from this database of observations of understanding the environment that go back in Aotearoa, New Zealand, hundreds of years. But for other Indigenous peoples, it goes back thousands, even tens of thousands of years. Now, it's our responsibility to draw from that knowledge. It also is an opportunity to draw from that worldview that sees us connected with it. And I think many people sense this feeling of connection. Just Indigenous people still have it pretty core at their being, and I think we can rediscover it. Remember, we're all Indigenous to this planet. If we can just rediscover our connection, that's going to enable us these ways to do it. And many people have said, oh, well, how can you rely on that Indigenous knowledge, that myth and legend? Well, we can demonstrably prove that much Indigenous knowledge is generated according to the scientific method and can importantly be accurate and can be precise. And those are just the hallmarks and the things we need for any information we need for making decisions.
Absolutely. You make so much sense, the two of you. You really do. Glenn, conservation often speaks of the value of ecosystems in order to then incentivize their protection. For example, now the new talk of going to explore the deep and then finding medicines for human beings. That's why it's valuable to protect it. You've spoken in the past about the fact that nature has its own intrinsic value beyond the benefits it can give to humans. Talk to me a little bit more about that. Why is it important to remember that?
Yes, well, the idea that something has value only if it's valuable to humanity, again, that comes from a place of separation, and I actually call it the separation delusion. And it's a delusion because it's simply not true. No matter how much we like to believe that we are separate entities, it's simply scientifically not the case. And, as mentioned before, we're all water. Everything is absolutely connected. So instead of basing our conservation efforts on what basically is a delusion, we actually need to go back to that relationship. Now, in deep ecology, we talk about the ecological self rather than the ego self. And the ecological self acknowledges and embraces the interconnectedness of everything. So your wider body is your immediate ecosystem, and then beyond your immediate ecosystem, the connecting ecosystems right out into the entire planet. Now, so from an ocean perspective, if you've got a favorite bay or a favorite beach or a favorite dive site, that is your immediate wider self, your immediate ecological self. But it's not a separate thing, it's connected to the entire ocean. So this idea of intrinsic value is something that needs to be core to our thinking. And we have territorial rights, we have EEZs, we have the open ocean, and we've been relying on treaties, top-down mechanisms to control these things. But of course, all of those are coming from this place of separation. So we need to actually go back into that fundamental relationship. Just what Dan was talking about. This is something that humanity has known since we've been on the planet.
You both put it so succinctly. We are out of time, but if I could ask you to give just a few words, 2 or 3 words if it's possible, to our wonderful audience, filled with people who can really make a difference to this planet, what would be the one thing you'd like them to take away from this panel in order to really protect our oceans like they deserve to be protected?
Absolutely. So, according to Māori tradition and even contemporary understandings, the ocean is living, the ocean is hine moana, and if we could just treat her like we would a grandparent, a revered elder, a revered ancestor, it would completely shift the way in which we see the ocean, the way in which we relate to her. And if we can draw from that Indigenous knowledge database and then tie it together with the science, with all the available information, including that worldview that has us connected from, because remembering we're all Indigenous to this planet.
That's beautiful. And Glenn, what would you say to our listeners? One take-home message.
Okay, go to the ocean, explore your own relationship, your personal relationship. Remember that you are the ocean, and the ocean is you. So, there is no separation. So go back to your mother and fall in love again.
Oh, that was so stunning. Thank you so much to the two of you. I needed to hear that. So many thanks to you both for such beautiful words of inspiration.
I love it. Go back to the ocean. Go back to your mother. You are the ocean. There's so much to think about here. And I find it incredible to learn that environmental crime is the 4th largest international crime, accounting for billions of dollars worth of damage a year. And to know that we already have the much needed laws in place, but in many cases, it seems we are lacking the political will or ability to enforce those laws. And as Olivia says, we need to get to the point where crimes against the environment are no longer high profile and low risk, high profit, as to say. It's inspiring to hear that Pacific cultures have never moved away from the knowledge that the ocean is alive. And now New Zealand is passing this into their laws too. And I love the link between what Glenn was saying about being at one with nature and what Jay was saying earlier about the effect that water has on us in getting us into our blue mind. And if everyone could connect to that, we would be in our way to finding a lasting solution. So Nick, what do you think of that? Can you imagine a future where nature and particularly the ocean rights are upheld?
Well, I dream about it every night, that I'm getting sued by the Atlantic Ocean. And then my girlfriend wakes me and says, Nick, you're yelling again. It's like, oh yeah, I was sued by the Atlantic Ocean. It was horrible. But during the last video, we did a few polls with you guys. And let's see what the results are. We did a poll, how many percentage of you think that nature-based rights are a good solution for the ocean conservation. And that is 69%.
69.
So I think everyone agrees that if the ocean gets rights, that will be amazing, right? Getting sued by the Atlantic Ocean. And we did another poll as well. How much percentage of the audience feel they are part of nature as opposed to being apart from nature? So let's see what the result is from that poll. I'm gonna say I'm a part of nature now.
Me too.
And oh, 59%. That's good.
That's really good. So, part of nature.
Yes.
Rather than a part.
You are a part of nature, right?
Yeah, I'm a part of nature, not a part.
No.
Cool. I hope you have got as much out of these last discussions as I have. And now is a chance to talk to some of our special guests in our breakout action labs. Registered participants in the summit should go to the Action Lab tab on the event website and choose which session you'd like to join. Just click the link to join the Action Lab. For those of you watching via the stream on the Ocean Race website or social channels, stay here, and the Action Lab hosted by Aaron Baker of Time will start in a couple of minutes. We'll all meet again back here in half an hour to share more solutions. But first, let's hear from His Serene Highness Albert II, Sovereign Prince of Monaco, who is a long-time supporter and advocate for our ocean.
Dear friends, we all know how difficult change is, especially when it affects our way of life. Whether moving away from carbon dependency or ending the irresponsible exploitation of the seas, rapid change often seems impossible, all the more impossible when it involves the implication of millions and even billions of human beings. Yet, since the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic across the world, we have seen profound changes. Changes in our behavior, including our smallest everyday actions, changes which have become apparent even in our oceans. Waters are clearer as they are less polluted, species are reappearing in areas that were once deserted, ecosystems are regaining some of their health. In just a few weeks, we have seen that the changes of our lifestyles have had an immediate impact on the state of our seas. These changes are encouraging, but of course, are inadequate to ensure the future of our seas, as they are likely to be quickly forgotten if, after the crisis, we return to the same patterns of behavior as before. If we go back to our selfish and destructive development paradigm, which has damaged the marine environment so badly. That is why we need to take advantage of the situation and to make a concerted effort for the oceans without delay. That is why I'm delighted to give my support to this excellent idea of the Ocean Race. I believe that this initiative is one that will help accelerate and facilitate change. I believe that these Ocean Race summits and the race platform are extremely important for ocean conservation because they are focused on sporting values and the spirit of adventure that they represent as they mobilize new and positive resources. I believe that the best solution we have today to win the race of restoring ocean health consists in bringing out the best in all of us. Responsibility, solidarity, sensitivity, intelligence, but also pleasure, self-transcendence, and sportsmanship. Protecting the environment is not a punishment. It is a tough but beautiful challenge. For these reasons, your initiative is of particular value. In this respect, I'd like to commend you two components of your program today. Firstly, the science of action, because it fully embraces the issue I just mentioned and remains a key element, the necessary motivation to bring about a genuine change in our behavior. Nature-based rights is an equally important issue. While the former urges us to delve deep within ourselves, the latter urges us to move away from a vision wholly focused on humankind. To understand the rights of nature, and through her, the rights of other species, on which we depend, and on which future generations will depend, which are entitled, like us, to an unspoiled environment and to seas full of life. I therefore hope that your discussions will offer you the opportunity to elaborate on these points so that together we succeed in bringing about genuine change for our oceans and for all those who depend on them, in fact, humanity as a whole. I hope you have highly successful discussions. Thank you.
Before we get started with our session on telling the ocean story, just a little light housekeeping. It probably works best if all the attendees switch to gallery mode. And this session is being recorded, and I'll have further information about my attendees and my panelists posted in the chat room, and you can also post comments to the chat as well, which is open to all. If you want to be promoted to panelist, please raise your hand now at the start of the meeting and you will be promoted. Or if you want to remain just as an attendee, you will not be on the video, but you can raise your hand to talk later on. This session will last 30 minutes and I'll reserve the last 10 minutes for audience questions. Also, you might want to take a little look at your name in the top 3 little dots in the right-hand corner of your face to respell your name in case it's miswritten. All right, here we go. So I've been a correspondent for Time for 20 years, covering conflict, society, politics, and the environment from Hong Kong to Syria, Senegal, and everywhere in between. Like many journalists that cover the environment, I've written about the plastic plague and global warming, but the health of the ocean, which is at the epicenter of both, rarely gets as much coverage. The oceans may cover 71% of the Earth's surface, but we humans are land-based creatures and rarely think of the ocean as anything beyond a holiday destination or, if you live on the coast, a threat during hurricane season. The prospect of rising waters is raising concern, but the health of the ocean itself is largely an afterthought. So how do we flip that switch and make the threat to our oceans as urgent as, say, forest fires in the Amazon? Does it take an image? the voice of an influencer, a visible catastrophe. Here today, we have 3 panelists who will talk about telling the ocean's story in a way that focuses attention on how vital it is, and by doing so, sparks change. My first panelist, Celine Cousteau, is a documentary film director, explorer, artist, and advocate for humanitarian and environmental causes. She co-founded was a good little taste of what our panelists are working on. I'll have all of their links up in the chat box in case you want to learn more about their work. And I would also like to welcome some other panelists as well, Delphine and Nick. Thanks so much for joining us. Christina, let's start with you. Land-based conservationism has benefited from decades worth of storytelling. How does ocean conservation compare?
You know, Erin, even though land-based conservation has benefited from decades of work, we have only protected 15% of the land surface of the planet. When it comes to the ocean, we're just getting started. The latest numbers are 7.2%, but the aspirational number is the one that's really important. Scientists are telling us that if we want our planet to remain a livable planet, we need to protect at least 30% of the ocean by 2030, and there's a lot of work ahead of us.
Thanks, Christina. I mean, you're right. There's a lot of work, and we need to really raise that attention to people who maybe don't pay so much attention to the ocean. Celine, how do you make the ocean health relevant to people who live far from the shore, who only think of the sea in terms of a beach umbrella or a holiday destination?
I think, first of all, you have to know who your audience is, know who you're talking to, and make things relevant to them. It's any cause that we could be talking about. When it comes to the oceans, sure, some people go to the ocean to holiday and they just see the surface of the ocean. They think everything is fine. There's probably people cleaning up the beaches for them, such as the people you have here. But to make it relevant to somebody who's landlocked or doesn't really have a connection with the ocean, I think you have to look at what their lives are about. Our health system, our food system is completely connected to the oceans. So you can have any number of conversations. If anybody eats something from the oceans, you can have that conversation and say, well, do you know where your seafood comes from? Seafood traceability is a really big issue. It's very complicated. It also involves human slavery and human rights. When you talk about the open oceans and the ships that are out there and we have absolutely no idea what's going on. We talk about plastics quite a lot these days. So if somebody is concerned about their health, they probably should know there's quite a lot of plastic being ingested by ocean life that comes back onto our plates. Don't think anybody in their right mind would eat a plastic bottle. So I think we can have that kind of conversation with them. And then people who are somewhat sensitive already, we can talk about unsustainable fishing and the harm that it does to the oceans. The fact that climate change is completely altering the state of our oceans to where it's going to be really detrimental to our well-being, as Christina and Emria also know very well. So I think that the food system is one very clear way to do that. You know, even if people don't eat something from the oceans, much perhaps like a lot of ocean advocates don't, there's still a lot to be learned from the oceans in terms of our potential future pharmaceuticals, where bone grafts are being done using coral, and all kinds of information about health is coming from the oceans. So that's something really to be able to share with a lot more people.
So bringing it down to our stomachs. Emery, how about reaching an audience through a different way? How does sailing enable you to reach new audiences through sport?
I mean, sport is about so much more than marketing and money and, you know, kind of performance. I think anyone that knows sport knows that there's also a strong element of value involved in social cohesion. And sport is also global. You know, it has the ability to cross borders, or in our case, oceans. It's a global sport, and any country that has a coastline is relevant in our world, and that's a really powerful tool. It also doesn't distinguish with things like demographics. You know, sports stars and sports fans come from anywhere and everywhere. There's no sort of category where you know there's stuck in a zone or anything. So it's my job to tap into that global appeal of sport and sailing to spread our message and educate people about the importance of the ocean, and of course the situation they currently find themselves in. So, you know, we sail around the world for nine months, and every ocean we cross, every city we visit, there's something to highlight. There's a message to tell, and an environment, you know, that really needs our attention, and a message to amplify there. So it's really, I look at it as just a way to reach a new crowd that we might not otherwise have stumbled, upon. So it's something that I take very seriously, and I obviously don't have the conservation abilities of either of the panelists, but sport has a lot of ways to bring that element that we call our playground into light.
So we want to expand the audience, reach people we wouldn't normally reach through the ocean in whatever way that is. We want to bring it relevant to your life, what you eat, what is on your plate, who cleans up the beach that you use for your holiday destination. And we want to remind everyone that we still have a lot more work to do. On that line, Christina, are we spending too much time on the doom and gloom scenario? I mean, should we be changing the narrative to one of hope or action rather than what's going wrong?
Sorry, my phone just fell. Yes, absolutely, Erin. And not only are we spending too much time on the gloom and doom because the situation is pretty dire, we're not reaching a large enough audience. So a huge part of what I've tried to do during my career over the last 30 years is figure out, how do we talk to people who don't have a background in science, who are not interested in snorkeling? How do we bring a larger audience into what I think is the most important conversation of our lifetimes? I started out as a scientist many years ago, and I realized that when you write scientific papers, you're speaking to a very small segment of the population who actually has a background that allows them to interact with the information. I discovered by accident that photography is something that's really available to all of us. We, especially these days, we all carry a device in our hands that makes us experts. And therefore, we can open a bigger door for everybody to ask questions, to become involved, to not feel intimidated by wanting to know more about how do we save our planet, how do we save our ocean. And when it comes to the narrative, I look at some of my favorite speakers. My favorite speech of all time, of course, is Martin Luther King, Dr. King, with I Have a Dream. And he doesn't start by saying, I have a nightmare. He starts by painting a picture of hope and aspiration for us. So recently, a group of scientists led by Dr. Carlos Duarte wrote a beautiful paper, and it's a blueprint for how do we restore the health to our oceans by 2050. At Sea Legacy, we have taken that narrative pretty much as a roadmap of how we talk about these issues in a way that guides audiences almost in a hero's journey towards these big aspirational goals for conservation. And you have to do it in a way that is a narrative, that's a story, that people who have never had an interest in whales or sharks all of a sudden go, oh my God, I relate to this. And then you have to give people an opportunity to interact, to participate, to take action, whether it is adopt a coral or, help disentangle a whale, make a donation, sign a petition. Most important thing is you have to tell them how the story ends. You have to bring them around to say just what Celine showed us so beautifully. If you can free an animal that's entangled, if you can restore a reef that's damaged, it feels really good, Erin. And especially young people, they want to do more of that. So I think hope is the antidote, and I think a positive, optimistic narrative is the key.
Yeah, hope is the antidote, exactly. And we also want to expand audiences in a way that, influence perhaps. Emery, you took a world-class snowboarder and a surfer on a 20-day expedition from Tahiti to Hawaii, as we just saw in your trailer. How does that kind of experience change their perceptions of the ocean, and how did they spread it to their audiences that maybe hadn't been paying attention to ocean issues before?
Absolutely. I mean, that was a really fun trip because we took two guys who were essentially, at the top of their respective careers and sports, one being a world-class snowboarder and the other being a world-class surfer, but neither had much of an opportunity prior to this to spend so much time offshore. And you see the effect on them, that unsettling lack of wildlife in the Pacific. And we conducted a 21-day microplastic citizen scientist search research project. And the entire stretch, I think it was like 73% of the water that we pulled was full of microplastics. And these are guys who maybe aren't too familiar with the plight of the sea. And they just, to sort of experience their introduction to the ocean and its struggle. And watch, two guys that have such an, to use your word, such an influence. Athletes these days are really powerful influencers, and in 2020 that means that they're also really powerful storytellers. You have to be good at both of those skills, and that extends into their world, extreme sports. So when you've got a guy like Travis, who essentially invented big mountain snowboarding, his like pool of Instagram followers and millions of people out there that have almost no encounter with the sea, get to watch him go sailing. You're bringing our sport to and sailing in general. I mean, it's not just a sport. It's the passion of being on the water and feeling the power of the wind and all those things. And when you see the reaction to his crowd, when they start to understand the core fundamentals of our crowd and what we love, it's extremely effective. And the same with Ian. They're both Red Bull athletes, and so many kids look up to those guys, and they really tick like the cool factor box, and they have an ability to reach people that we sailors don't always. So if they talk about the oceans and sailing for just 5 minutes, it really goes a long way, and they can change perceptions about the sea, and people can start correlating people from Colorado or Wyoming or the northern island of Japan, wherever these guys are legends, can start understanding the implications of their actions and what they do and how that also impacts the sea. And that's obviously really important.
And that implication of our actions, I mean, you guys were looking at microplastics in the sea. Celine, you were documenting the impact of fishing on whales and that the ocean debris that's left over from the fishing industry. A spoiler alert to everyone who watched her video, that whale did escape. You should watch the whole thing. Celine, you work on these stories with emotional and personal depth. I mean, is that a vital part of engaging an audience?
I think emotions has to be involved. We're sensing, feeling creatures on all levels. With the work that Christina does, for example, in creating just this beautiful imagery, it brings and draws the person in, and then you tell them a story. I think same thing with sports. It involves all of your senses, right? There's the adrenaline side of it, there's the rush, but there's also just being out in nature. So I think we have to touch on all the senses. We can't just have a scientific paper, right? And talk about the intellect side of things. We need to remember that we hear, we smell, we feel, we see. And if we can tap into all of those senses, then we really have a holistic story in being able to share something with someone that will appeal to them on a different level, depending on what they're sensitive to. Bring in the snowboarders, we have to bring in the scientists and the storytellers and the influencers in order to be able to access people where their emotions are most prominent. But I do think things start with emotions. And then you take that moment and recognize that, passion is also contagious, right? When you're around somebody who's really energetic and passionate about what they do, you kind of lean in and you want to know a bit more. And in that moment, you can gift somebody with a story and gift somebody with energy about what's important about what you do. And I don't think, a lot of people ask me, oh, well, I'm just one person, what can I do? Or I'm not involved, I'm not an advocate, I'm not an influencer. To me, those are poor excuses, because I think we all have gifts. We all have talents and skills that we can lend to causes. I encourage people who are accountants or who are in PR and marketing, who are business professionals, to come in, help organizations, help fundraise if you know how to fundraise and write grants. If you know how to do PR and marketing, come see any three of us. We're certainly in need of all of that. If you are from a corporation and want to sponsor, I think this is where I feel like all of those skills are something that we can gift. So don't underestimate what you have to gift, and just think creatively about what you care about and move forward on that every day.
Wow, yeah, so you hear that. Everybody using their talents, their gifts, helping out where you can, even if you don't feel like you're an expert on the science or you're not a surfer, like you can help in any way. I'd like to thank our panelists for their initial insights. I want to open this up to the audience. Do you guys have any thoughts or how we can speak on an ocean that can't speak for itself. I'll go to some panelists in the video first, and then I have a couple of questions lined up from the chat. So do we want to start with one from the panel? Or maybe I thought we had one lined up from the panel, but if not, I'm going to go to the questions. First question from a participant is, what would the panelists suggest for impactful strategies to energize the younger generation for water awareness and doing their part? Celine, you talked about that a little bit. Christina, why don't you add what you see out of that?
You know, it's really interesting because like Celine said, and she's so right, I love Celine, this image of, you know, you just have to declare yourself for a cause, and it doesn't matter what your background is. And I tell people when they come to my lectures, you know, you just have to wear like an invisible spandex suit, superhero suit, and just go out there and be passionate about something, anything. You know, we welcome all the energy. But when it comes to a younger generation, it's so interesting. Celine also spoke a little bit about different audiences, and younger people are on this device. You know, they get a lot of their news, they get a lot of their information on their phone, and so engaging them and meeting people emotionally, like Celine said, exactly where they are, is so key and so important. So for us at Sea Legacy, Paul, my partner, and I, Paul Nicklin, who's also National Geographic photographer, we try to use emotion and bringing people through storytelling, because as humans, we are hardwired to react to stories. We've been telling stories since we lived in caves, and some of the best stories are the most emotionally impactful. And once you make that emotional connection, you know, you want to do more. So I think not being afraid of being emotional, you know, trying to be cool and ballsy all the time is not necessarily the best way to bring younger people in. Most important thing for younger people is they need to know that their actions matter. I think voter apathy is the perfect example of how they see, you know, making an effort to create change doesn't create change. It becomes so defeating. So demonstrating that we are making progress is really important, Erin.
Okay, great. Thanks, Christina. One more question from the chat, and then we'll turn back to the panel. So somebody from the chat said they'd like to hear more about the role of businesses and companies in storytelling about the oceans. Have you seen any examples of business organizations that have done this well? Emery, how about you?
I mean, we're dependent on businesses to participate in the race, and we're lucky enough right now to have 11th Hour Racing, which is an organization out of Newport, Rhode Island, where I'm lucky enough to call home, that really focuses on the storytelling narrative, and messaging is a key part of their interest in the race. You know, the fact that we do get to all these stopovers, and we have grants and grantees around the world that we help activate, and a large part of that is based on this storytelling. You know, it's trying to reach people and spread the message and share the word. And as Celine said, I mean, sport is one of those things that people are drawn to, and whether it's fear or pushing your limits, winning, losing, like all of these very basic things that anyone can relate to. That's all what drives 11th Hour Racing, who is our sponsor, to participate. It's a very relatable story, and so we're very lucky to firsthand experience with a company like that.
Thanks, Amory. We've got two panelists, Martin and Jason, who are on the floor with questions. Both of you guys, why don't you unmute and turn on your video so we can see you, and then we can go with Martin first.
Thanks for very interesting points. I guess the aim of all of this we're talking about is to reach out to the bigger public, I guess. And I mean, the connectedness with the ocean health goes both ways, of course. And so lots of the, I'm thinking, decisions people take in the supermarkets, if we can, you know, get those decisions connected to the engagement. I think I'm a microplastics researcher in my day job. I had some years ago did outreach work when the plastic issue wasn't so great, and I mean we work with this thought that information would make people change, naively so, but I mean that I know better now. But there was one very nice story happening where there was a small boy that came to us and say, you shouldn't tell these horrible things to as young persons as myself. So then we took that as a narrative next year, using that as a narrative, and called the campaign "Don't Tell the Children," and that was a very much different approach than me as a scientist would normally take. So that is just. But I just had one question to the panelists. I mean, the plastics issue, it's such a tangible things to communicate, and especially with these charismatic animals. And I think one interesting thing is I don't think there are any plastic deniers, like climate change denying. So in that sense, it's good. I think overall way environmental issue to use to communicate about other environmental impact. But how do you think about something that is probably more difficult to communicate about? Overconsumption of seafood, for example, and those more loaded topics.
Celine or Christina, do you want to tackle that?
Sure, I'm happy to start and then give space. I think first of all, the plastics, as you said, it's an issue that we've been talking about for a very long time. Those of us who have been in ocean advocacy, I see nodding. So it's a bit of a relief to see we're finally talking about it. On my end, I would love to see more action in getting plastics out of the system as opposed to just going and recuperating the plastic that's already in the system. But I think that going onto a beach and collecting plastic, again, is very tangible. And, you have groups of people who are walking through and I think they feel empowered in doing it. So I think that those tangible actions will lead to more actions. I think we need to then take that group of people who have gotten involved perhaps in the removal of plastics and then get them on the side of preventing plastics from entering the system to begin with. And going back to the question on corporations, I think we have to push corporations to eliminate single-use plastics in all of their offices and all of their consumption chain. It's something that I've been doing with the Travel Corporation. I'm an ambassador for the Tread Right Foundation, and they have 46 travel agencies attached to them. I've been working with them for 6 years, and now one of their initiatives is not just to eliminate single-use plastics in their coaches, et cetera, but also to eliminate it from their business, from their offices. So I think you have to, one, you can't be faint of heart, and you can't think, I'm just going to do this one thing. I cast my net wide because I feel like if you touch on one thing, it's going to be connected to everything else, much like the food system is, and much like we are with our environment. Going to the issue of food consumption, you brought that up. Everybody eats, and I assume everybody wants to be healthy. So instead of going at it just with the environmental story, you have to go at it with the human story. And you have to say, why is this important to you? Well, you don't want to ingest, I'm going back to the same thing because it's an easy example. You don't want to ingest plastic. If you know there's plastic in the ecosystem and it's going into your body, don't you want to eliminate the plastic from the environment for yourself? And if you can turn all of your stories into putting the human at the center of the environmental story, you'll find that those connections are very clear to people. And then you can make the appeal to them based on they should care about themselves. And if they care about themselves, they will make the connection to the environment. But it's not, I don't want to make it sound like it's easy because obviously we've been doing this for decades and we're still working hard at it. But this is where you create alliances and these conversations with photographers and with sportsmen and with advocates. You really have to bring everybody into the story and walk together with this. We're not going to get there if we keep standing on our own.
Thank you, Celine. Christina, I want to save your answer for the next question because we have just a few minutes left. So Jason, I think you're waiting to ask your question. If you could unmute yourself and come on screen, ask your question. And then at the same time, I'm going to add one from the audience. And Christina, it's all on you to answer them all.
Yes, thank you first for all the inspiring speeches and talks of you. It's very cool to hear that. I'm part of the Dutch organization, Dutch Wavemakers. And we inspire the younger generation about water awareness and what they can do in order to do their part. That's also why I asked the first question, okay, what are specific strategies to involve the younger generation. But also another question that popped in my mind, and also my fellow wave maker Marsha asked that question in the chat. We're talking a lot about plastics right now. That's very a concrete topic. It's easy to show. People use it a lot, and we see directly see what the influence of it is in the sea. How can we, for example, also involve the younger generation more in things like the raising temperature of seawater? What is, of course, also a big issue, but it's way more abstract than the issue we have with plastics. I'm very curious on your thoughts on that.
Erin, you want me to tackle that?
That's the question that was in the text, so perfect.
First of all, I really want to thank Amory and Celine. It's such a pleasure hearing your thoughts and perspectives. I'm going to answer your question in a bigger, broader way that I think needs to be used to wrap this entire conversation. The biggest problem that we have in the environmental movement has been a systematic lack of funding for the last 50 years. So it's not just about involving young people. Everybody has to be informed and participating. And we really have made it super optional, only if you care, only if you have time, only if you're not starving, Think about this for a second. In the United States alone, which is, the United States is the most charitable country on the planet, we raise about $420 billion a year for all causes. 32% of that goes to religious organizations, followed by health, education, art, humanities, all very important. At the very bottom, 1.8% is dedicated to something called the environment, and that includes all of our planet's rainforest, all of the ocean, all of climate change, all of wildlife, plus cats, dogs, and horses. So from my point of view, if we're going to save our planet, we better start praying because there's no money for it. So bringing it back to corporations, a lot of corporations want to do the right thing and they have all the power and all the money. They're the ones that need to be investing in a much more significant way, not just to involve you as a young person, but all of us in the solutions. If you think about a little more about that number, 1.8% of that amount that Americans donate, only 3% of that goes to communications. We have failed the environmental movement because we don't have the resources to inspire to communicate. If you go to my Instagram account, the most common comment is, I had no idea. Every day I try to share a little tidbit of why it matters, and people just don't have ocean literacy. So I will close with that, Erin, by saying, we need to really scale up the amount of money dedicated to all environmental causes as the most important cause for our planet.
Absolutely. I think in so much of what we've discovered today, we need more communication, more stories, more funding, more discussion, more activism, using your gifts. Even if you're an accountant, you can do something. I also wish we had more time because I feel like we could actually do more on this conversation, but I believe that is the rest of our time unless we have a few more minutes. Carla, Sarah?
No, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, we don't.
Okay, there we go. So I thank all of my panelists, all the audience. I really appreciate your time and thank you for contributing. And I hope you will go on and continue the conversation in the chat so that you can learn more and keep working on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks for having us. Yep.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had an amazing time discussing your chosen topic. There's so much to get into on this subject of ocean health. Nick, I know you just went to Action Lab with Aaron from Time. What can you bring from that into your career as an influencer, as an actor?
Yeah, well, I think I will bring the ocean with me all the time. But I'm an actor, so I always have to do what the director says. And I think that's pretty annoying. So that's why I want to be a director myself too, so I can do the green producing, no plastic, single-use plastics on set, and etc. And I made a short, absurd movie about a world where people eat plastic and think that's healthy for them, healthy food for them. So that's another way to think about it, and that's what I like from directing. And it's hard for an actor to bring with you, because you have to do what they say. But as a director, you're just free to go. And I thought it was very inspiring, this action.
So you're going to target youth with your movie, with short movie?
Yes. We did all kind of film festivals, and we promoted it everywhere online, especially on my social media. And unfortunately, all the film festivals are now, how do you say that, suspended? Suspended. So we have to wait for that. But we were on Dutch television with it, and we're just going to promote it with WWF in Holland.
What's the name of the movie?
It's called Stick, and it's translated to choke.
Choke, stick. Good. I'm really excited by the fresh approach we're taking at this summit, looking at the human factor, how to inspire people into action, how to treat nature like a person, and how to work as a team and create positive, contagious actions. So this year, 2020, had been poised to be a super year for the future of our blue planet. But as we all know, the past 3 months have been a challenging time. So let's hear what's on the global agenda now in terms of setting targets for ocean conservation.
On the eve of the decade of ocean science for sustainable development, 2020 was set to be a pivotal year for our blue planet. Joining us to explore the critical commitments that still need to be made this year, how a collective call to action plays a crucial role in protecting our oceans, and also the importance of a global ocean agenda, are Ambassador Thompson, United Nations Special Envoy for the Ocean, Mina Epps, Director of IUCN's Global Marine and Polar Programme, and Natalie Ray, Policy and Engagement Specialist at Ocean Unite. Thank you so much for joining us. It's a pleasure to be able to talk to you. Ambassador Thompson, can I come to you first and ask you to give us a brief overview of the most pressing issues that our oceans are facing, and what developments have been made in the past year?
Well, thanks for the question. Indeed, the ocean's health is not in good shape. The trends are not the way we would like them to be. There are 5 essential problems going on in the ocean. One is that of overfishing by humankind, obviously, and harmful fisheries practices. The second one, which I'd point to, is marine pollution, debris, mainly from land-based activities. And then I should also point to the effects of greenhouse gas emissions, which are ocean acidification, the deoxygenation of the ocean, and warming of the ocean. And if you think warming of the ocean, you've got to think rising sea levels and death of coral and poleward movement of species. So we've got our work cut out for us.
Indeed. So with that in mind, with the threats that our oceans are still facing, this was supposed to be a super year for the ocean, the year 2020. And the UN's Ocean Conference was supposed to be held in Lisbon this June. What was the overriding goal of that conference, bearing in mind what you've just told us about the threats that prevail?
Okay, well, the answers to those problems which I outlined are the implementation of Sustainable Development Goal 14, the UN's ocean goal, which everybody has agreed to. It's a universal goal. And if we implement that, we'll be okay. And the UN Ocean Conference, which was to have been held this June, is in support of SDG 14. That's our mechanism for making sure we're doing the job. That has been postponed, but I'd like to underline it's only been postponed. And I'll see you all in Lisbon next year when we hold it.
Okay, and Mina, you're very involved in the global ocean agenda, obviously, being part of the IUCN. What are your thoughts about some of the delays that may take place, and bearing those in mind, how we can still forge ahead with getting the action that the ocean is desperately in need of? And what does the 2020 or the post-2020 global ocean framework now look like, considering this pause we're going through?
Yeah, so thank you. I would say that it is important, and the importance of maintaining momentum has never been greater. I don't think we should let cancelled meetings or postponements actually get in the way of making significant progress towards restoring ocean health. And we're seeing throughout the international ocean community, if you call, that there is still progress that's being made. So I think it's very important that we actually take this opportunity to stop, recharge, rethink, and refocus of what we want the world to look like. We want the world we find to look different than the one we left behind. And I think it's never been more evident the importance of people and planet. And we have an extreme opportunity, and we shouldn't underestimate the power of shared emotions. And we haven't had that before. So I think it actually presents an opportunity to do things better and more ambitiously.
Yeah, I agree with you. So one of these initiatives that is setting out to protect our oceans is the Marine Protected Area Initiative that's firmly rooted in the IUCN, and it speaks of a 30 by 30 target. Describe for me exactly what the ambition is here.
Yeah, so the at least 30% protection is actually rooted or is enriched in a resolution that was passed in 2016 in Hawaii at the IUCN Congress. It says at least 30%. We don't know. Nature might need half. I think the actual really important thing, the question you always get is it a political agenda or is it a scientific agenda? And I think the at least 30% is vested in science. Now, how it's going to be determined or influenced, that's the politics. But that at least 30% comes with two very additional set of words, and that is high protection, but also the type of habitat. So you can't treat it in isolation, setting a percentage target. But I think we have come a long way from the divergence between the political world and the conservation community. So I think it's great to have this kind of political will and backing to create more protective areas that are effectively managed and equitably shared.
Indeed. And Natalie, you initiated a project called Rise Up at Ocean Unite. Tell me about this program and why it's such an important part of the toolkit we need to save our blue planet.
So Rise Up is a collaboration of 27 organisations from civil society, conservation organisations, philanthropies, fisher folk, indigenous peoples organisations. We saw the need that there were going to be some very important decisions being made in 2020, and those decisions we make now are critical for the health of the ocean. So we wanted to agree to bold ambition actions that we think the world should be taking to ensure we have a healthier ocean, which is restore the ocean, invest in net zero carbon emissions, speed up the transition to a circular and sustainable economy, empower local coastal groups, unite for a strong ocean governance, and protect at least 30% by 2030.
Excellent. And you have over 2 decades of experience in ocean advocacy. What for you are aspects of conservation that are working, and which aspects maybe need to be revolutionized with that in mind, with getting every sector of society involved at such an urgent time for our oceans?
So I think we've been making great strides in terms of raising the importance of the ocean on the international agenda. However, we do see that the current level of protection is very low. If you're looking at just implemented areas that are effectively managed, there's only 5.3% currently, and 2.5% of that is strongly. So I think there's a very real importance to increase the conservation protection of these areas. And what I've also been seeing is that there's increasing recognition of the role of the ocean in terms of our climate and building resilience of our ecosystems. And I think this is going to be an important development in the coming years in terms of the role of mainstreaming the role of the ocean in terms of our response to climate change.
Indeed. Ambassador Thompson, there are clearly so many ambitious goals and initiatives and programs, people fighting very hard to turn the tide on the threats that our oceans face. But commitment and voluntary commitment and action are two very different things. Are we making enough headway? And if not, what for you remains the biggest obstacle to really solving these crises for our oceans?
The greatest obstacle we face is political will, and that extends from the very top right down to communities. We have to understand that the ocean is in trouble and that it's within our means to fix that and to reverse that trend. So look, if I refer to 2015, I think most people know what I mean when I talk about the two great agreements, the Paris Climate Agreement and the UN's Sustainable Development Agenda. And if we implement faithfully those agreements reached in 2015, our children and grandchildren will have a healthy place on this planet. If we choose to ignore them, they will be in jeopardy. And I have mentioned SDG 14. That is part of that 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. And it's SDG 14 sets out to conserve and sustainably use the ocean's resources. I should mention to you that 4 of the targets of SDG 14 mature this year. So, if we're being faithful to the implementation of SDG 14, we've got work to do this year during this pandemic. And I believe that while 2 of those are work in progress, 2 of those targets relate to better management of our fish stocks and better management of our coastal ecosystems. The other 2 are eminently achievable within 2020. One relates to the removal of harmful fisheries subsidies, where we're subsidizing industrial fleets to go out and chase diminishing fish stocks. We can end that. And the WTO General Council meeting in Geneva in December can do that. Likewise, at CAMLA, which is the group of nations that looks after the Southern Ocean and Antarctica, they can, in their October meeting, bring in these 3 giant marine protected areas down in the Southern Ocean. So likewise, there's work to be done, and we can do this on target as long as we set our minds to it.
We have to try harder, that much is clear. The Decade of Ocean Science begins next year, 2021. Tell me a little bit more about that, Ambassador Thompson.
Yes, well, I fully agree that we have to try harder. We've got our work cut out, but this is achievable. On the UN Decade of Ocean Science, we only know at the moment about 10% of what's out there in the ocean, which is foolhardy when you think that that's 70% of the coverage of the planet is the ocean. So we have to know the ocean science so much better so that we can make the really tough decisions that we're going to have to make at the end of the decade, which is about 2030. And I'm confident that the scientific community is going to be able to give us all the information we need in that decade for us to do so.
Mina, how excited, hopeful are you about this new science initiative, and what particular aspects are you excited about? For example, collaboration. The Ocean Race has a robust science program, including getting the sailors themselves to sample the waters as they race for microplastics, for example. Is collaboration key in that regard?
Absolutely. It's beyond of course, we can all take individual actions, but the key word is really collaborative actions. So engaging at all levels, from the very top, having the political commitment, then get the resource mobilization, and eventually changing people's behavior. I think when you come to set the political agenda or setting targets, of course, they need to be rooted in science. We need science-based targets to live up to. I would say that yes, I agree that there's a lot more science. There are several science gaps in the ocean, particularly the deep sea. And I think that, that is also a reason why we need to know better well before further exploitation goes on. So we need to make sure that we can adopt a precautionary principle with knowing what's there before it's gone. And I think that this whole science-based targets is very important, but we see quite a few of the targets in SDG 14, I think, can be met. I mean, our oceans are not overfished due to the lack of science. The science is there. There is certainly enough for us to take actions.
Indeed. Ambassador Thompson, could you tell me very quickly about Relay for Nature?
Yes, I'm very excited about Relay for Nature. The concept is to link the various environmental conferences that are underway, or they've all been postponed actually, but they will be underway and will be completed by next year, relating to biodiversity, relating to the environment, relating to the ocean, but really all culminating in the Glasgow Climate COP. Why is that so important? It's because under the Paris Agreement, that COP is the one at which nations come with greatly enhanced, nationally determined contributions to lowering our greenhouse gas emissions. Now, that's my central message when it comes to the Relay for Nature and everything else, is our common enemy is anthropogenic greenhouse gas emissions. Whether you come from the biodiversity community or the ocean community, that's our common enemy. That's what's causing all our problems, our greenhouse gas emissions. So we want, through Relay for Nature, to convey this message from conference to conference that we have one common problem, and that's our greenhouse gas emissions, and we must get them under control.
Excellent. Natalie, can I give the final couple of words to you? You have a captive audience here of policymakers, ocean advocates, scientists, business leaders. What would you say to them about getting more involved in protecting our oceans as a matter of urgency and getting the public involved, crucially?
I would urge them to recognise that we are all the change, and we all have a voice. Through all these amazing technological advances, we can, through our social media, through our work, through our hobbies, through our passions, through our kids, we can all have a voice. We can make noise about the importance to take action and the need for positive change. And I would urge everyone to get involved and to rise up for the ocean.
Lovely. Thank you so much. It's been a real pleasure to speak to the three of you today. Thank you again.
So there we have it. Ambassador Thompson says we need to work today for the ocean we want tomorrow. And it's great to hear that the work is still happening behind the scenes, even though some of the major meetings for ocean decisions have been postponed. And just as our Science of Action panelists, again, we've just heard now how emotions are so important in activating people and how these shared emotions can unite us to collaborate and rise up for the ocean. And that's why the Ocean Race Summits are unique, bringing together diverse stakeholders to collaborate on strategies and solutions in the race for the ocean. One of the bigger projects taking place over the coming years is the UN Decade of Ocean Science. And one of the architects of the program is Vladimir Ryabinin, Executive Secretary of the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission, who spoke about his mission.
Greetings from IOC, the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission of UNESCO, the home of ocean science in the United Nations system. Above all, and first of all, I would like to wish you health, endurance, to be positive during the pandemic, and I hope very much that the year 2021 we will start also healthy, with more empathy in the world, and also with more care to people and to Mother Nature. So, ladies and gentlemen, the year 2021 will be indeed special. The IOC is running forward preparing the implementation plan for the Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development. It is very important that you know about the goals and the main idea of that, probably the largest campaign in the history of science. The idea is very simple. The ocean health is now in a state of fast decline. But the news is, and this is really good news, that there is a scientific capability to observe the ocean, predict the state of the ocean, and turn the ocean into a managed environment in which it will be possible to use various tools that are based on science and to keep using the ocean for the sake of human well-being, but at the same time restore and keep the ocean health. So this will be a huge contribution to the fight against poverty. It will contribute to supply of food. It will be also bringing back the capacity to deal with climate change. And also, of course, this is a contribution to the world economy. So this is a rare opportunity. We are very excited about that and are very also poised to work together with our partners. We need to have the world that is ocean literate. That we need to have people that who know that more than 50% of the oxygen that we breathe comes from the ocean. This requires ocean literacy. And of course, this requires a lot of new knowledge that is dependent on observations. And this is the area where we can work together very productively with the sailing community. We already have an agreement with one of your classes, the IMOCA class, and we would like to work with the whole sailing community to increase your contribution to the noble goals of saving the health of the ocean. So 2021 will be the year of racing. We are racing now to prepare the implementation plan for the decade, and you are going to race and have the winner of the race, the ocean race, but I'm pretty sure that we all will be winners because we know that there will be strong contribution from the community of the yachting community to the good cause of the decade through observations, through bringing the excitement about the ocean to the ports of call, to the whole world, which will be really following your race. Looking for all the details. So I would like to thank you for that opportunity. Also, I would like to say that IOC is offering to you an opportunity to help the ocean to recover its health. This is a very noble cause, and I think if we join forces, I think we all will be winning, both sides. And I think this is the only way for us to move towards the ocean we need for the future we want. Thank you so much for doing what you do, and good luck to both of us.
And thank you, Vladimir. It's wonderful to hear how events like the Ocean Race can contribute to such an ambitious science program. Okay, there has never been so much public demand for action to protect and restore our environment, which means getting involved in causes is becoming a necessity for many brands, both in their core businesses and in the partnerships they choose. Liz spoke to two CEOs who are really putting purpose as a core of their business strategies at the companies they lead, Volvo Cars and Verizon. She also hosts a discussion with the Ocean Race and World Surf League about the unique opportunities ocean sports like theirs offer to advocate for positive action for ocean conservation. And in fact, the Ocean Race and World Surf League are combining forces to advocate for ocean protection. We'll hear from them soon, but first, here's Liz speaking with Hagen Samuelson of Volvo Cars.
Joining me to talk about brands with purpose and how they can activate in a time of crisis is Hagen Samuelson, President and CEO of Volvo Cars. Hagen, it's a pleasure to talk to you today. Can I start by asking you, in today's world, how important is it for a brand to have a larger purpose, and what is that purpose for Volvo?
I think it's really important with the purpose, because maybe to attract people, you need to have a purpose. I mean, nobody wants to work for a company who just have a purpose. Our purpose is to sell as many cars as possible and make as much money as possible. I mean, you need to have a higher purpose. And in our case, it's really to think about what are we really giving our customers? What is really our product? And it's really not selling a car. It is providing the freedom to move, which is a very positive thing. I mean, it's a basic idea with the car. So we should provide freedom to move, but it has to be done in a safe, of course, a sustainable and a personal way. So that's really our product and our purpose in a nutshell. And I think that's an exciting purpose, and which also a lot of people would like to contribute to. And that's really important.
And how much do you think your customers are influencing the evolution of that purpose, particularly in this current climate, with everything that's going on with our planet? Are you noticing a difference in the interaction between Volvo and its customers?
Absolutely. Because, I mean, when you buy a car, of course, somebody buys a car because you want to go from A to B. But especially when you are in more higher price car, premium cars, it's like fashion, really. You want to also express some kind of values that the company, I mean, you buy a Volvo also because you probably would like to signal that this is a car that is providing mobility in a sustainable and safe way and in a personal way. And I think it's important values. And then, of course, you want to buy that product. And in that way also our strategy will be strengthened with the purpose, and our products will be more attractive.
So there's a principle called, and I hope I'm pronouncing it properly, Omtanke, that's embedded in your business policy. What does Omtanke mean exactly?
It's a bit difficult to translate. It's really thinking for somebody. I mean, it's really, I think the word consideration or care is the best word in English. So, I mean, you show omtanke, you show consideration. You could do that by having cars being safe, by having cars being sustainable and environmental friendly. So omtanke is really expressing a very important value that our brand is delivering. I mean, it's really protecting what's important for you. That is Volvo. I mean, everybody knows that Volvo is delivering safety, and that's something that's important for you. But more and more people are now expecting also that you have environmental standards, sustainability also delivered with the car. So I think that's also included in the word omtanke, protecting what's important for you as customer.
Yeah. And so how does a globally recognized car company go about transforming itself in order to help to provide us as a global species with a more sustainable future? It can't be an easy feat.
No, and of course we are still into business in building cars. So I think the answer is having the possibility to move is in principle something very positive. I think we should be very careful in saying now we should stop traveling, we should stop moving, because that is really the best way of creating a cultural understanding between people is to travel. And we pick up on that and say, okay, we should be able to deliver this movement in a sustainable and safe way. But we think in principle, basically, it's good to move. And I think that's something also why we're exciting being part of the ocean race, because the ocean, I think, is also really symbolizing communication and travel and trade. And all of those are a really good way of creating cultural understanding. I think in the long run, it has proven really to be the best way to avoid conflicts and war.
Well, Håkan, it's been a pleasure talking to you today. Thank you so much for taking the time.
Thank you.
Nelson Mandela once said, sport has the power to change the world, to inspire, to unite people like little else does. Anne-Cecile Turner, Sustainability Program Leader for the Ocean Race, and Reese Pacheco, SVP of Ocean Responsibility at the World Surf League, join us now to discuss how sporting platforms can be catalysts for action for the ocean. Thanks very much to the two of you for joining me. Anne-Cecile, I believe you're in Switzerland Reese, you're in California, so welcome. And Cecile, can I come to you first and ask you about these summits? Why have they become such an integral part of the ocean race, and what have you achieved so far?
Well, we have to say that at the ocean race, we've understood for a long time that we have a role to play. The race started in '73, and I've seen some video footage of the sailors already sorting their waste at the time. And so it's coming back a long way. And for the last edition of the race, we've launched a movement that was aiming at ocean plastic pollution. And we understood the role that we have. It's not only about the sport, it's not only about winning on the water, it's also about the fact that we're touching millions of people across the globe, and that we can talk to these people and engage them in action to preserve our ocean.
Wonderful. And Reese, the World Surf League also has some bold ambitions in this regard. Tell me a little bit about what you're setting out to do.
Yeah, the World Surf League, we're obviously committed to the ocean. We have events around the globe. We've already made commitments to go carbon neutral, to eliminate plastic from our tour, to educate our fans. And this year, we're really excited to launch a new campaign. The campaign is called We Are One Ocean, and it's in support of the 30 by 30 biodiversity targets. The targets are from the science community, which has said that if we protect 30% of our ocean by the year 2030, that's a critical target, and that's an important way to build resilience in the ocean. These need to be adopted at the United Nations, and it's meant to happen at the United Nations Convention on Biological Diversity, which was set for October, but is now pushed back into next year. So we're launching a campaign to rally the global ocean community in support of these goals, in support of these targets. And we want to do that in a unifying way. You know, we're surfers, we have our interest in the waves, but we want our sailing friends to be a part of this. We want all nonprofits around the world to be a part of this. And that's why the concept is We Are One Ocean. We are truly all connected to our one ocean. So we've launched the website, weareoneocean.org. We've brought on some incredible partners. We're really excited to have the Ocean Summit and the Ocean Race behind this campaign, as well as NRDC, Conservation International, Sea Legacy, Lonely Whale, a number of different organizations. And the goal is to truly get as many people to sign the petition, share that letter that they sign with their government representative for the environment, and share that with as many people as they can to get those signatures. We're going to then take those signatures to the United Nations to show that the ocean community truly wants the ocean protected in a meaningful way so that we have it for future generations.
Indeed. And Cecile, when it comes to your mission at the summit to restore ocean health, tell me about the past 5 years or so, what you've achieved and what the main challenges are looking forward to what you aim to achieve in the future.
So yes, we've launched this program, the sustainability program, last edition of the race. And we have been lucky enough to win 6 awards, the recognition of the industry, thanks to that program. And I think that's a great feeling to see that it's possible. It's an interesting journey as well. So it's possible to create a movement around ocean plastic pollution last time. And now we want to focus on ocean health as a whole. We want, now that we've understood the power of our sport, to engage positive change, we want to engage additional stakeholders in raising the bar. So we are launching the name of a new program. Our new sustainability program is called Racing with Purpose. And obviously the Ocean Race Summit as part of this big program to engage different layers of stakeholders in the journey. So the Ocean Race Summit is a series of events with the innovation workshops as well as our industry-led to actually exchange solutions, to be the catalyst for change and gather, the influencers and all the people who can have a role to play to preserve the ocean, gather them together.
Wonderful. So it's clear that collaboration is key. But Reese, what about engagement? Engagement of the public in this regard, because individual action can be an incredibly powerful thing too, can't it?
Certainly. I mean, there are a number of cases where, we've seen a collective voice of individual action, right? So I think the argument often becomes, what can I do as an individual, but what are the real challenges systemically? But the reality is we need both. We need governments and businesses to take big, bold systemic action, but we need individuals to speak up and create that demand. And that's what we're excited about. I mean, I think, you look at what Greta has done with the youth climate strikes, and that's one small voice. And now she's created this massive movement. And so how can we do that for the oceans? How can we really create one vehicle for everyone to get behind and have a strong show of force that says this is what we want to see for the future of our oceans? So that collaboration at the business level and that systemic change is super important, as is our individual collective voices. I mean, no one knows better than an American the importance of every single vote counting in an election. And we really want to see every single voice counting for the ocean.
Indeed. And Anne-Cécile, why do you think that globally recognized sporting events like yours are so effective when it comes to engaging all sectors of society in the fight for our oceans and to implement real action as a result?
Well, I think we're effective because we are touching the subject in a very positive manner, in a very exciting manner, in a very engaging way. And we are a global sport event which lasts 9 months. So we have the capacity to create this platform for amplification for the message all around the world. We have our sailors who are witnessing, who are the first to witness the pollution out there, who are the ambassador of the cause, and they can raise and touch and inspire youth. We're talking about millions of people. We also have, the boats that are now carrying scientific devices, and we understand a lot better, what's out there, the state of the pollution, and that's so important. So that's why I think for us, joining the UNESCO and the Decade of Ocean Science, we're working on a collaboration platform with them, so that we can push the word out there for the scientists, for the influencers, for the governments, but also for all the individuals.
And Reese, what stands out for you in all of your goals and all that you've been achieving with engagement of, all different areas of society that really proves that these unique sporting platforms can be incredibly powerful forces for change?
I think what we've seen in the surfing world, speaking from our experience, is that we've seen a number of different initiatives tick up. The more our athletes speak about it, the more people feel like they have this connection to it and to the sport and the way people take action in their individual lives, as well as we start to see some of our partners say, we want to be a part of this movement. So it's the beginning and that catalyzation of things moving forward. And what I'm also really excited about is the United Nations Sports for Climate Action framework, of which we're a part. And so is World Sailing and a number of these other organizations that are part of this summit. And so I think what we're starting to see is, we realize we have a voice, we realize that we have the power to influence, and now people are starting to make it one of their priorities, not just something they do on the side, but really aligned directly with the business, similar to what the Ocean Race is doing, similar to what we're doing at the World Surf League. And I think that's really powerful. Business can be a powerful vehicle for change.
Absolutely. A lot of very optimistic and hopeful talk from the two of you, which is really lovely to hear. It can be somewhat disheartening at times when we think about the future of our oceans, considering all the threats they're facing. So what do you find helps you the most, Anne-Cécile, to stay optimistic, to stay driven, to be focused towards the goals that you are trying to achieve?
Well, first, I have to say that putting the house in order is a big challenge, and it's helping us to stay focused and to define the boundaries of our action. So the fact that we've managed to change the rules of the game, put renewable energy on board, integrate diversity and science in the rules, that's big change, and that's very motivating. But I think most importantly, and I think we're going to see that across different sectors, is the collaboration platforms. So we are announcing a partnership with IUCN to actually, push the voice of ocean conservation globally. We're going to work with a collaboration with UNESCO and the Decade of Ocean Science. But here, I'm so happy to be here with Reese and to join forces, the water sports joining forces to sign the 30 by 30 campaign. And that's another announcement we're making here today. And we're wanting the maximum number of people to sign the petition to protect 30% of the ocean by 2030 and to push that message in New York at the United Nations so that we can all join forces to preserve the ocean.
Wonderful stuff. And Reese, final words of encouragement and inspiration for all of our listeners today. If there was one message you would like them to take home from this panel, what would it be when it comes to saving our oceans?
I'm going to channel a favorite climate scientist that I love to follow and listen to, and it's Dr. Kate Marvel out of New York City. And she says, we need courage, not hope. She has a great essay on this. Hope is important, and hope has done a lot for us. But now we know what we need to do. And we need the courage and the bravery and the fortitude to go ahead and march forward and take on these bold campaigns. We know that protecting 30% of our ocean is what we need to do. And we know that we need to do it by 2030. We know that the UN SDGs are set out. We know all of this stuff. So now it's about taking action and committing to it, not being afraid to take that action and to move forward in a meaningful way. So that's why we're excited to launch this campaign. We're super excited to have the Ocean Race on board, as well as World Sailing and all the different ocean going community. It feels like a way that we can work together to build resilience for our ocean. So please do sign the petition. And that is the thing I am most stoked about, as we would say, in the surfing world.
In the surfing world. Lovely. Thank you very much, the two of you, for joining us.
Thank you.
Hans Vestberg, Chairman and CEO of Verizon Communication, joins us now to give us some insights into how brand culture and leadership can influence positive change. Hans, it's lovely to see you. Can I start by asking you a little bit about your personal journey when it comes to sustainable business?
So my journey started probably some 15 years ago. I was working with the Millennium Development Goals, which was the predecessor of the global goals that we have right now. And I was in Africa, and I saw the impact of the mobile phone to the remote healthcare workers, where we could collect a lot of information. And clearly I saw that sustainability and building sort of new solutions that are scalable and sustainable, that's why I started my journey with sustainability and saw the impact on the technology we're working with.
Okay, and you joined Verizon in 2018. Tell me how the company has changed.
I think, first of all, this is a company that is now 20 years old, enormous success the last 20 years. I came in and defined a model where we actually had a lot of things we wanted to preserve, a lot of things we wanted to strengthen and transform. So we made the model for transforming the company forward, very much around our brand, our culture, and also that we're managing all the four stakeholders, the customers, the employees, society, and the shareholders. And we build a model around that. So we have changed quite a lot the last 18 months to see that we have a holistic view around this business.
And has brand culture and leadership itself sort of changed recently anyway? Are companies mirroring the evolution of both?
As I see it, I mean, the evolution the last 10, 15 years has been quite dramatic. I mean, I went to the World Economic Forum some 10, 15 years ago, and I talked about sustainability. We talked about how to use technology for making scalable and equitable for everyone. Today, I think that many companies are thinking about connecting the purpose with their employees and with their customers, and moving sort of thinking about society being part of their main strategy instead of having it as a philanthropy or something like that. And that has changed dramatically, and that goes for Verizon as well. And all the constituency around us is asking for it. If it is our employees or if it's our customers, all of them are asking for us to be purpose driven, and that's where we're going.
So how would you describe Verizon's purpose when it comes to influencing positive change?
It's pretty easy. I mean, if you have a strategy like us, we are one of the biggest telecom companies in the world. We're connecting people. Our job is to do that for our customers, but also for the society. So what we are doing, we're focusing a lot on education. Obviously, you need broadband, you need STEM education, which both of them are part of our strategy, because we need more children and especially girls to be part of education to technology. Then we do a lot in when it comes to a better world, when it comes to all the sustainability. So we are focused very much around the things that is part of our strategy. And broadband is transforming so many things in our society. So if it's education or healthcare, that's where we are focusing our strategy.
You've mentioned that technology underpins all of the sustainable development goals. Can you expand a little bit on that?
So I was part of formulating, or at least being advising around the sustainable development goals that we have today. And we all know there are 17. I actually advocating for the 18th goal, that would be mobility, broadband, and cloud services for all countries on the globe, in order to have a much more equal world and everybody have the same chance regardless where they come from. Because I'm born in Sweden, and we had hospitals, we had schools that were physical, close to us. Many children in this world will not have that, and the only way to scale that in a sustainable way is actually to use mobility, broadband, and cloud. Now it is 17 goals, but you can also see that in all the 17 goals today, mobility, broadband, and cloud are very visible, and it's part of the solution to make this world a better place and equal for each and everyone, wherever you're born and wherever you come from.
Very good. And how has this pandemic, this such a different time that we're going through, impacted your business? And do you think the business will evolve even more off the back of something like this?
So of course it has impacted any company. I mean, we have now 120,000 employees working from home, but we also have some 20,000 people that actually is serving the so important and critical infrastructure that we are running for this country and for the whole world. So that has impacted us quite dramatically. And then the usage of the network has dramatically changed. I mean, a lot of citizens, of course, are working from home. So we have 1,200% growth when it comes to collaboration tools in our network. Gaming is up 150%. So we see totally different social behaviors or how you use technology. And one thing that you need to learn then, that some of the barriers we have seen in our society of using telehealth, remote education, now we're bringing down those barriers, and they will be there forever, I think. And from the company point of view, of course, the mobility, broadband, and cloud services, that's what we are offering. So for us, it's a time where we both are making safe and healthy the number one for our employees, but at the same time, we need to see that our networks is up and running, because it's so crucial for these days.
Indeed, you will be kept busy. Hans, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us today.
Thank you.
We're definitely seeing more companies step up, and even during this recent crisis, taking a position of service for the community. And it's great to see the Ocean Race and World Surf League get behind the 30x30 position to protect 30% of our ocean by 2030, and to use their platforms to support this. Nick, how many of your participants have really heard about that concept 30x30?
Yes, we did a poll online to check if anyone knows about the concept 30x30. So we did a poll during our last video. Have you heard about 30x30? I'm gonna anticipate 2. I never heard of it before, so I'm gonna send it 2. And 56 65% of all the people said, yes, we've heard about 30-30 before. And the other 44% said no. So it's a bit 50-50, I guess. And, I'm going to share this concept on my Instagram as well, because I think my followers don't know anything about this. And I'm going to engage other influencers to promote this too. So I've just been joined by a very special guest from here in the Netherlands, Dutch triple world champion and silver medalist, Olympic sailor Marceline Bos de Koning. Welcome.
Thank you, thank you.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm loving every little moment of the summit, actually.
Yes, you have been involved with the production from this terrific summit. But something I'm even more impressed with is that you are holding a position that might be in my future as well. You are the mayor of the North Sea. Tell me about that.
Yes, it's pretty exciting. Since September, I hold this chain of office.
Let us see, show it to the public.
Yeah. And
beautiful.
Yeah, it's really cool. And basically, I have to share. I'd like to share all the little secrets from the ocean towards landlocked people. I saw somewhere on the chat today. I thought that was a really cool name.
Landlocked.
Yeah, like if you're on the beach and you look out on the to the North Sea, you see water. But actually, every little inch of that water is already designated to a certain area, or it's a shipping lane, or it's a wind farm, or it's for MPAs, or every little part is already designated. So there's a huge challenge out there, and we actually need it for the Netherlands because we have a CO2 problem, and we need to go towards sea. But on the other hand, there's lots of stuff happening underwater, so we need to keep them safe as well. So wow. That's what I do. I try to tell all the secrets and all the stories, and tell the story to landlocked people.
Wow, that's really interesting. And you're going to talk, you're going to do the intro about the Dutch perspective, right?
Yeah, I was involved with this part. Living in a country where most of us live below sea level, the Dutch have been battling with the sea forever. We know it's impossible to stop the force of nature, but now we embrace that's the new strategy. With 17 million citizens living in a relatively small delta area, I like to think that we Dutch are rich in solutions. New ideas pop up at a fast pace in our small country. So I'm really happy to introduce to some very special guests who will talk about the Dutch perspective and the solutions we found that can be applied worldwide.
Welcome Jacqueline Kramer, Willem Verwerda and Liesbeth van Tongeren. Welcome in this discussion to have a look at the Dutch perspective of everything. Liesbeth, if I can start with you, what kind of policy approach is needed to include sustainable development goals in a city like The Hague?
Well, it's a very broad and very open question. And beside me, there's at least another 7 of the deputy mayors in our city council working on those. But the ones I specifically focus on is sustainable energy. But with regards to the sea, we're looking at a large number of startups, because in the old days from the sea we took, and we didn't make sure that we also gave enough so that the sea was sustainable. We have a big fishing port from history, from historical days onwards, and we are now looking for ways to still earn a good living from the sea, but do that in a sustainable way.
Willem, you have, as you call it, a holistic approach towards landscape restoration. How could that work for our oceans, you think?
Yeah, I think it works pretty well, because I think we've had experiences now for 7 years at large landscapes. We're talking about millions of hectares in several countries. And what we've seen is that this approach, which is delivering actually 4 returns, an inspirational return, a natural return, a social return, and the financial return, that you can also work with that returns model at a seascape level, at a marine level, because we also work with a landscape zoning approach. So a seascape zoning approach, a protected area, an area where you combine protection and biodiversity restoration and conservation, and an area where you have, let's say, sustainable economic growth. Those 3 landscapes zoning models, you can also implement at the seascape level. But long-term thinking here is the key, as we work from an ecological perspective and turn that into an economic perspective, and that is applicable. Yeah.
So, and why do you call that holistic?
We call it holistic because if you separate one of the different items, it becomes siloistic. And then you have, let's say, the economic driving force or the ecological driving force or the social driving force, but you need to integrate that. And basically what we've seen is that if you give people the opportunity to have an overview of where they are and how they live and what they're doing in a landscape or a seascape, then they easily understand what they can do to create a better living with nature or with ecology, and producing with, let's say, using ecology or nature instead of working against it. And that means this is about holism, reconnecting also with nature. That is very important.
Can I ask a question? Willem, have you done this for sea areas that are as busy with all the varying demands? We have testing areas for the military, we have exclusion zones around oil drill platforms for helicopters, we have sea lanes. It's like Trafalgar Square in front of Scheveningen Harbour at the sea. So I know your model and I've seen it the ground level, but here you also need to do it in the air, on the sea, and in the seabed. Have you experience with that somewhere? Is there a lighting example that would inspire us?
Now, so far, we tested it in four countries, including in the Netherlands, and we're still working on it because there's a more than 20 years timeline underneath. And we first wanted to test it well and to learn, and that's what we've done the last 7 years now in 8 countries. But the next level is that, yes, we would love to test this in the North Sea, where you have the North Sea Agreement now, for instance, that is basically also working with, you can turn that into those 4 returns if you very carefully look into that, but it would be more understandable for all stakeholders if you use these 4 returns 3 zones approaches, because then people will get it faster, easier, and they will understand what they can do about it. So far we didn't test it in the marine areas, but we have been asked now by organizations, international organizations working in oceans and in wetland areas to participate. So that will be the next phase. But first, learning.
Jacqueline Kramer, if I can ask you a question, because Willem is talking about the holistic approach. And could you say that holistic approach looks a bit like to develop a nature-inclusive industrial strategy? Is it a bit the same, would you think?
Yes, for sure. What the idea is that you include biodiversity in every activity that you start, which means that upfront, also a business, when they develop a new product or whatever they want to provide on the market, that they first think about what kind of impact might it have on biodiversity, and make sure that you have a net positive value creation when you develop your own strategy. And in principle, a lot of our environmental problems can be solved if we include not only biodiversity, but all environmental aspects upfront in business strategies. And I have various examples. I can give one example. I'm presently chairing the concrete agreement, which is an agreement in which all the companies of the concrete sector participate, including the public and private procurement departments. And what we have stated is that in this concrete agreement, we need to reach in 2030 not only 50% CO2 reduction and circularity, full circularity, but also realize a net positive value when we use gravel and sand, excavate that, and make sure that every area where you extract sand and gravel, that you bring that area back in a better state, so that you contribute in a net positive value, nature value. And that is the way we now are really going forward, in order to make sure that in every respect you start the process by thinking upfront, okay, if we start an activity, make sure you include these aspects from the start.
And Ms. Kramer, what gives you the conviction that it will really work? Because this is in theory, of course, and then you work with the concrete sector, but that's only one.
No, this is not in theory, but I'm sitting there with all the partners, all the companies in the concrete chain, and they have to show by example that they really create net positive value for the environment. So that's the only way you can check, by be transparent about what you produce and how you produce.
Jacqueline, would you do that voluntarily? Do people do this voluntarily, or how do you get an incentive into the system that everybody does this? Because I know that, like me, the government does do that, because we start with an agreement on how we're going to govern the next 4 years. But if you're an entrepreneur, don't you just look at the bottom line? How much money am I going to make?
It's not a question of money. It's a question of how to organize the governance. In this case, you, Lisbeth, you are very important. You can steer the process via sustainable procurement. If you ask the market, you can only produce this new bridge if you are including the criteria set by the concrete agreement, then everybody is moving in that direction. Nobody wants to be left out. And so it's more...
It works for government, but if I'm just a business, I have an idea of, and we have these guys that want to do a seaweed farm, for instance. They, in front of Scheveningen, they need to make money. They get some subsidy to begin with, but for them to buy an electric boat instead of using a much more cheap diesel one, they need to pay all their people according to the labor agreements. How are they to think of the whole chain when they're only just starting their business and they need to make money?
Yeah, I'm not talking about your example. I talk about a concrete agreement for which I'm responsible. And the only way I can deal with that is to really make sure that everybody is transparent about the process, the criteria, and the results. And
maybe Lisbeth, you can answer the question, because as a government, if I may, Ms. Kramer, because you ask, right, so if entrepreneurs would really embrace this idea of holistic and maybe nature inclusive, do you think it would work, for instance, with the donut model you have?
I think it is very difficult to get all businesses to do this. I think, yes, the government can lead by example, and exactly what Jacqueline says, by procurement, you can have quite an influence on what the market will produce. But unless you have national and international laws banning the absolute, setting the minimum standard and incentivizing better behavior, only a section of society will do this. So I think the difficulty is getting from some good examples. We have that in building, for instance. We have some zero energy buildings that are built nature inclusive, that use recycled materials, and a fantastic example. And people like me like to be photographed next to them and say, yay, look at this. But then at the same time, there's another 20 buildings going up out of concrete, just meeting the minimum standards. So I think we need things that stretch our ability, but we also slowly need to change the bottom level of the laws to get out the worst of the practices.
We don't disagree at all. The stricter the regulation, the better. We have to deal with fundamental barriers which government, national and EU governments should solve. We have to put pressure to make these rules stricter. In the meantime, we are in a hurry to avoid global warming, to avoid the destruction of all the biodiversity. And the only way to move forward is to set up in a joint effort initiatives which really need targets that need to be met. And when we are able to do that, we put the pressure on the government. We actually do right now to get stricter laws on. Everybody has to join this effort. Otherwise, we are not going to make it. And that's the government who has to do that. I am only a person who can try to push it, and we don't disagree.
Okay. And Jacqueline, do you think the current corona crisis, because you mentioned climate change, which I agree with, and I find now in my work that I really have to fight to keep anything to do with the environment, climate change, ocean sustainability, even near the agenda, is incredibly difficult because all governments, in many areas of the world, are now going through their budgets like water. And even though there's a strong connection, I think, between how we've used the planet and the natural environment and the big crisis we're in, or Willem, maybe, do you have, or how do you guys cope with that?
Yeah, I'll try. Now, I see the short-termism now popping up. Keep the economy up and running, and I fully understand it from a government perspective. Not always, but I understand that this mode will come back as soon as possible. But I also see, and we experience that in several countries, including in the Netherlands, we see a new connection and a new movement popping up. People have experienced something. Well, everywhere in the world, we see that people are going out to nature. Whether they're poor or rich, it doesn't matter. In India, the people, the labor people, they go to their villages, back to the villages, because they can have some food there, and they go back to their families. In Spain, I just received the news yesterday that the prices of the rural houses in the countryside, that abandoned countryside in Spain, because everyone moved to the cities, are going up because people are fed up with the lockdown and they want to go out and they're looking for other opportunities. The most important thing, linkages we've seen also in the Netherlands, but also in Australia, for instance, is that that people want to buy good food. They want to buy food from the countryside because that there is a narrative there. They understand the narrative. So they are looking to fresh food online, quite often offered online. We call that regenerative food. That food linkage I think it will not disappear after Corona. So something has happened in let's say, building the movement that is bottom up to bring back the link and the reconnection with nature. And I think that is a very valuable thing that governments can use in their strategy to bring sustainability, as well as companies, more to the agenda. And companies, especially the food and retail companies, they understand that. So I'm pretty positive about that part of the agenda. On the other things, the big industry and the agro-tech industry, where that we have to deal with quite often, they will still continue with their work. But on the long run, they will become the new dinosaurs, and Corona will probably speed up that process. So that's what I see. So I'm pretty positive about the long-term effect of Corona. On the short term, the coming year, 2 years, yeah, it's up to governments to take the right decisions. And I think the EU Green Deal could be a massive example if they do the right things. to give guidance in that, especially on the common agricultural policy and spatial planning.
So we see we need collaboration in order to achieve something. And the views of NGOs, science, governments, and also the private sector is also that collaboration would lead to more sustainable ocean, for instance. And Jacqueline, could a tool like the donut model help us? And maybe you can explain first what that donut model is.
Oh yes, for sure the donut model can help. It is a simple economic model, and it shows that we as a society need to deal with everything what we do on Earth in a manner that at least safeguards the planet by acting within the planetary boundaries of our Mother Earth. That is the essence. It is to realize that the carrying capacity of Mother Earth is limited. And if we are able, and that is possible, to act within the limits of what we can handle on planet Earth, we are really managing also with more people on Earth to also realize a society for generations after us. And that is actually in a nutshell what the donut economy is trying to express.
And Willem, how could the holistic approach help us?
Yeah, so this four returns holistic approach is about a practical language and technical tool to make it possible for local people on the ground, whether it is a seascape or a landscape, to deliver inspirational returns, social returns, natural returns, and sustainable financial returns in a zoning approach. Because this is an area-specific place. People are living in a place. And if you have this place, you need to think in three zones, basically. The zone where you combine nature and productivity, the zone that is reserved for nature, because that is the building the resilience into the system, and the zone where you have sustainable economic activities. And that needs a common vision, long-term inclusive thinking of all stakeholders, as well as a very committed government to drive this process. And if we have those components ready, and that is possible, we have experienced that in many places now, you can make that change and you can transform degraded landscapes or seascapes into regenerative landscapes and seascapes. And that means you can build that donut model within an area. And that is possible. The tools are there, the technicalities are there, the finance is coming. Thank you.
Thank you both, Willem. Thank you, Jacqueline, and also thank you, Lisbeth. A great conversation and insights from here in the Netherlands. What's working, what needs to work, and how these methods can and should be applied now more than ever. My next guest, I spoke to, needs very little introduction in the sporting world, the Right Honourable Lord Sebastian Coe. I called him Seb. It was an honor to interview him and hear what he had to say about winning strategies and the times we are currently in. Thank you for joining us. You have achieved some amazing feats of human endeavor, world records, Olympic medals, you name it. How did you get there? And the second question I have is, what from your experiences can be applied now in these times of COVID-19?
Oh, how did I get there? Well, I think most people that ultimately end up with a period of success in their lives will normally always ascribe it to a period of learning, understanding, regrouping, and sometimes adversity that comes from defeat. So the race that I learned most about myself in, both physically and mentally, and was the basis of pretty much everything I went on to do, was losing a European Championship way, way back in 1978. It wasn't a disastrous occasion. I got a bronze medal, but I was lucky enough to be working with coaches who had experience beyond track and field, that just looked at the landscape, realized the market had moved on, and that we really had to challenge all the status quos and all the current thinking and the nostrums in the sport, and basically rip up the playbook and rewrite it. And for the best part of 2 years, where we faced criticism for doing it differently, criticism for daring to do something in the first place that didn't come off. And then when you get the continued success, then it becomes predictable and you've become boring and you've sort of taken the emotionality out of it. And I guess from that type of mindset and working diligently with key performance indicators and not being prepared to do anything that people had failed at in the past, I worked with a group of coaches that were multidisciplinary. They were from across a whole range of different sectors: physiology, anatomy, biomechanics, nutrition, and they all came together and they worked with such diligence and focus. And to cut a long story short, a year later, pretty much to the same month after the defeat, I broke a world record, and the world record stood for the best part of 18 seasons. So, you should never be cowed or put off by something that doesn't work out for the very first time. It's how you regroup, it's how you come back together to refocus your attention and to do it with passion and with certainty, and sometimes a little bit of bloody-mindedness that you're right and they're wrong. And that goes a long way.
And what about self-confidence?
Self-confidence is hugely important, but sometimes that can be a lonely place to be. So it's really important that when you are building your teams, that you're working with people who, when the water gets choppy, their first thought isn't where are the life belts. Their first thought is how can I navigate the boat out of this, this maybe endangered position with intellectual rigor and thought and just the force of nature. And you need people that are around you that are brave. And if you've got people that are around you that are brave and believe in you, then it also boosts your own self-confidence.
And can you imply that that mindset actually in the situation we're in now with COVID-19, to do things differently?
Yes, I think you can. And look, I wear a number of hats, and the two most important is I'm chairman of CSM, Sports and Entertainment, and that's important. And I'm also president of World Athletics. And in both those organizations, I think we will be out the other side of this pandemic stronger and more resilient because we're actually understanding and absorbing some of the things that we've had to change in our own lives, change in our own business practices. And it's a very interesting concept because everybody is saying this is very unusual, that we're working remotely, we're working from home, we're not working in tight-knit units anymore, but we are working effectively. But of course, I would remind everybody that thinks that this is new to them and the technology that may be new to them to remember that the athletes have always worked remotely. As an athlete and as a coach, you can sometimes be training 8 time zones away from your coach. You are permanently in communication. The technology that allows a coach not to be watching a race, but maybe to be watching a race 8 hours away in their own sitting room, and then 20 minutes after a warm down to be discussing what went well, what went badly, or what the training session tomorrow means off the back of what you did today. All that is second nature to athletes. So I think that what I'm hoping that the smart organizations that come out of this stronger and more resilient are the ones that are at this very moment almost re-engineering elements of their business. So of course you have to focus on the immediacy of managing through an extremely difficult, turbulent time, but some of those teams also need to be given the opportunity to think about products and ambitions that they can literally bring to market when everything comes back to normal, because it'll be those businesses, it'll be those sporting organizations that have a head start when we do leave this, enter the post-pandemic world.
And the way you talk about your sports and the way you talk about CSM, sport and entertainment, and World Athletics, do you think that same mindset can be used into beating what we have with our environment, and in order to have a cleaner ocean, for instance?
Yes, absolutely. But look, there are two things that have come out of this pandemic for me. Firstly, that while a large part of the world is struggling to breathe, the planet for the first time is breathing properly. If you look at our large cities, you look at India, you look at China, you look even at London, we have reversed, because we've reversed some of the air cleanliness for the first time in 40 years. And I think there are things that have really come to the fore. People are talking about the climate, they're talking about the environment, they're talking about ecological issues in the way that they weren't beforehand. And this is also the time for politicians to stop talking a good game and recognize that actually those communities that are fit and healthy and have access to sport and physical activity are going to have immune systems that are stronger to confront some of these challenges going forward. And what does that mean? That means that every child deserves the right and the space to more sport. And we have got to build that into our long-term thinking now. So the two issues that really, I think, are front and center are going to be air, oceans, and the ability of communities to become fitter and healthier and more resistant.
And what about single-mindedness, really aiming to achieve what you want to achieve? Because you have that internal motivation to do that. So how do we get that to people maybe with less internal motivation than you had?
I think there will be lots of people that have found a lot out about themselves, including me, in the last few weeks. I went into this being not the most tech-savvy person in the world. I'm now mastering technology, and you and I are speaking on a system that I wouldn't have even known existed 6 weeks ago. So I think there are lots of things that we are all probably finding out about ourselves. And maybe we are going to sit as communities and figure out there may be ways of working more sensibly, more cost effectively, and have less dramatic impacts on our own family lives and ecosystems. I said to my teams at World Athletics only a few weeks ago, don't ever ask me to sign off on anything that has 8 people flying 8 time zones to present to this council for 45 minutes, to have supper with us, and then to be back on a plane the following day. This cannot make sense anymore. And so we don't want to lose the human interactivity from our daily endeavors. It's important that meetings are conducted face to face, but not every meeting has to be conducted face to face. And if you have a strategy in your company for sustainability, then maybe we all sort of ought to be living to that, rather than just thinking that this is a nice academic piece of work, but it's sort of for somebody else to worry about, not me. I think people will focus a lot more on the differences that they can make, and maybe even make judgments about their own work-life balance as well.
Thank you so much, Seb. Thank you for your inspirational words. Thanks.
Thank you for your time.
We're nearly ready to break off our second group of action labs. But first, welcome back, Richard. As we started the day with you, I thought it might be good to check in again now at the end of the day. And certainly there has been a lot to take in, lots of information and some great insight, both from our speakers and our participants over Slido. But what are your main takeaways from the day?
Well, above all, Roberto, it's the wonderful and great people that today has really shown that they care for and they want to contribute to a healthier planet. And this commitment, to me, it seems like it's even more honest and more stronger than ever, despite, or maybe it is because of the current crisis we are going through. And in ocean racing, I have learned the hard way that we often come stronger out of a crisis. And maybe today was the beginning of that, maybe. And now, but just to give you 3 takeaways, we will properly analyze all the content from today, from the action labs, from the workshops. We have another one tomorrow. But my 3 initial takeaways is that the first one is take more responsibility. And I come from sport, we are athletes, and I know we can and we shall and we must take on more responsibility for nature and for society, because we can. And look at this, now even the sport world is currently on hold. We can do that. Second solution that I picked out, which is kind of more on the philosophical, religious side, is that we are the ocean, you are the ocean, Umberto, we are all the ocean. And by understanding what we heard today, that you are the ocean and the ocean is you, and there is no separation, because life is animated in water, we are water. And if we get that into our head, we will handle and respect the ocean as if it was a brother or sister of ours. That could change things significantly. And thirdly, this is a proven solution. Goals are powerful. And in sport we know the power of setting goals. We have our podiums. And in ocean conservation, setting and aligning around goals and targets have also worked very well. And we really believe in the sustainable development goals, not only number 14, but all of them. And we have great hopes and great beliefs in the decade of ocean science that will focus our minds, and that's what goals are all about. It narrows our focus and we can go forward stronger.
Responsibility, we are the ocean, and goals. And talking about goals, what happens next for the Ocean Race Summits?
Well, we are the relentless type, so we just keep working, and the work intensifies even more. And we will soon provide a report to all of you who have been here today, because repetition is the mother of learning. And while we do that, we will also send out a survey to all of you, and please fill it in. It's your way of providing applause or boost for the performance here today. But the team has done a great job, so I hope it's more applause, but importantly to give us feedback how to improve, how to make the summits even greater in the future. In parallel, we continue our work around education, around science, that all sits within our Racing with a Purpose concept. And talking of science, I have the great pleasure of letting you know that the next Ocean Race Summit will take place in September 2020 in Newport, Rhode Island in the United States. And one of the topics will surely be science. And in closing, I'm just standing here as a spokesperson, but I would just like to, if this wasn't virtual, I would like to ask the whole team who's behind this to come up on stage and say a big thank you. And I do this on behalf of Johan Salén, my friend and partner leading this race, and the whole of the Ocean Race team, because each of you participants, you are important, especially in this time. And it's clear that you have participated today because you care and you are role models, and don't underestimate that. So when you leave this meeting, take a breath. If you find water, do it. But remember to act as the role models you are in big and small, every hour and every minute of the day. And I also like to say to Your Highness, to Ambassador Thompson and all the other amazing speakers, thank you. Thank you for sharing your wisdom. Thank you for sharing your inspiration, and above all, your solutions. We will take on them. And to you, Umberto, to Nick, to Liz, you are world-class professionals. You have led us through these hours in a wonderful way, and your passion for these matters really shines through and rubs off on all of us. I would also like to say thank you to Volvo, and of course thank you to Wendy Schmidt and the whole of 11th Hour Racing. The Ocean Race Summits are possible thanks to you, and you are true role models, and you are a beacon of hopes for us and many others. And finally, to the whole Ocean Race family that have worked against all the odds from their homes, behind computer screens, spread around the world in different time zones, staff, suppliers, everyone making this happen. And it's been warring times, it's been uncertain times, we know that, but we will never forget these months and how you did it. You did it despite all the odds. You are outstanding, and I'm so proud to be part of the same team as you. And I feel as a team and as everyone participating today, we honor those affected by the crisis, but we also celebrate life on a day like this. And my final solution to you that I said in the beginning is very simple. That's what Magnus Olsson says. A happy crew is a fast crew, and a fast crew is a winning crew. So stay positive, and thank you, The Hague, and thank you, all of you.
Tusen tack, Richard. Thank you.
Wow.
I hope I pronounced it well in Swedish.
Yeah, perfect.
Thank you so much again, Richard. Okay, registered participants in the summit should now go to the Action Lab tab on the event website and choose which session you'd like to join. Just click the link to join the Action Lab that interests you the most. And for those of you watching via the stream on the Ocean Race website or social channels, stay here and watch the Action Lab 9 about the ocean and climate. For the rest of us, on behalf of my co-hosts today, Liz Bonnen and Nick Rosen, I'd like to thank you all for your participation and insights. We look forward to you joining us next time for the Ocean Race Summit in Newport. Again, thank you so much.
Hello everyone and welcome in today's session on oceans health and climate. My name is Jessica Den Outer and I am a Rights of Nature expert for the United Nations, as well as a youth ambassador for the Global Alliance for the Rights of Nature. So as a youth ambassador, I'm really excited for today's session because we've got youth and scientists involved. And I think, the youth have a crucial role to play in bringing forward change in our societies. And, my personal work on rights of nature, I don't want to only give nature a voice to speak, but also the youth to speak out. So we've got present today, amongst others, the Dutch Wave Makers. I see the Irish Atlantic Youth Ambassador, the WWF Ambassador, and those are all great youth initiatives. And I really want to call upon you youth to let your voice be heard. So we have a few scientists present today as well, and we're going to use their knowledge and hear from them on forward-thinking innovations and policies for advocating for action. So youth will be inspired by tools to include ocean health in our advocacy for action. So as I mentioned earlier, I really want this to be an interactive session, so don't be afraid to speak out and ask the scientists any questions that you might have. I think it's crucial for us youth to connect with scientists and their knowledge on these problems that we encounter, and we can use that in our advocacy for action. And now I'd like to give the floor to Solitaire, my co-facilitator.
Thank you so much, Jessica, and hello, everybody. What a day it's been so far. I am trying to fully have my blue mind as I think about how we are going to take action on the oceans. Now, as Jessica said, my name is Solitaire. I am the co-founder of an organization called Futerra, and we work to make sustainable development and sustainable living desirable. I'm also the author of The Happy Hero, about how taking action is good for you. And that's what I want us to talk about today, taking action. We've got some amazing, insightful, and probably quite challenging insights from our scientists today. But what we're looking for from the youth, from the participants who are on this call, is what we can do about that science. What action are we going to take? So please, in the chat and online, put forward your solutions and your answers. Now, all of us all around the world are sitting here in our homes, in a different way of life, in a different lifestyle than any of us are used to. And what that's proven to us is that change is possible. Big change is possible. So don't hold back on your ideas. Share the wildest, share the biggest, share the smallest. We want to hear what you think we can do about the science of what's happening to our planet. Now, with that, I want to hand over to our first brief, intense, insightful scientific input into today's session. And that is Martin Visbeck, who's the Professor of Physical Oceanography at Kiel University. So, Martin, I'm going to hand over to you to start us off with the science of today.
Yes, colleagues, thank you very much for having me here on the chat today. And I'm very excited about the whole program. I enjoyed listening in a little bit to what's happening on the day. And I want to bring about maybe 3 points here. First, quite often we talk about oceans as if we had many. But I think what you see behind me is a picture of the world ocean. It is one. It is one connected large space. 71% of our planet is connected by ocean. And it's the ocean that we should be looking after, and that I want to discuss with you some of the solutions, as you said. Now, this session is about ocean and climate. So we want to discuss a bit more the particular role the ocean has in the climate system and how your ideas, how solution can benefit the ocean from that perspective. First, the ocean regulates our climate. It's important to make it livable. It moderates the seasons. It gives us rain, but it also can give us hard times when they have storms, hurricanes, and so on. And in particular, the sailing community knows all about that. And we heard some great examples about it. But because the climate is changing, because humans are putting extra greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, the ocean is changing as well. We've learned that it becomes warmer by quite a bit. So warming of the ocean is a challenge. For some of you, it might feel nicer to go to the beach. But if you live in the ocean, like the ecosystems, you actually get stressed by the heat. You're not adapted to it. Second, that warming plus glacial melt makes the sea level rising. So the sea level of the ocean goes up. And we've learned over the last 100 years, more or less, it went up by 20 centimeters. That's that much. And we're looking at quite a bit of sea level rise by the end of the century, probably an additional 80 centimeters, maybe 1 meter. And that is actually a big challenge, in particular for small island states. And the last point I want to raise on the climate side is that also the ocean loses oxygen, can help us support carbon. So there's quite a few areas where the ocean is important to the climate. But the first take-home lessons is, if you want to do and help the ocean to reduce the impacts for us humans and climate change, it is really to reducing the carbon emissions. And the ocean community has a lot of opportunity there. On the one hand, we can reduce our travel footprint. On the other hand, the ocean can take up more carbon. And there are scientists exploring ways in which the ocean can be encouraged to take up more carbon, maybe by growing forests, we call them kelps, or mangrove forests in the oceans. There could be technical intervention, which I don't like to think about the connection of carbon in the ocean. But my point to you is understanding the ocean, knowing the ocean, empowers you to really take care of the ocean as it is, or to improve the human-ocean interaction. I'm actually quite keen on discussing some of your solution thinking with you in the discussion session. Thank you.
Brilliant. Martin, thank you so much. And that is an amazing image to have in the background. I think that's going to be a real powerful takeaway. Now, I just want to remind folks, please get your questions in the chat and use the Q&A space for asking questions as well. What we've had is we've had a question that's come from Hannah Pang, and she's asked, What is the one thing I can do in my day-to-day life to make a difference? I'm going to ask that to Martin, but I might ask that to a few others. Can I also ask that if you're not currently speaking, put yourself on mute, because it sounds like someone is cooking dinner in the background. Thank you. So Martin, what's the one thing that someone can do in their life, the biggest thing as an individual you can do to affect our oceans?
I think the biggest thing you can do is get to know your ocean, talk about the ocean, and make everybody around you aware that the ocean is really an important life support system for humans on our planet, regardless whether you live on the coast or far inland. The ocean is important to you, so make it part of your daily conversation.
Lovely. That's fantastic. Brilliant. We're going to move on because we've got limited time, and we're going to come to Toste Tampua. Please tell me if I pronounce your name right. He is also a scientist and the TOR partner at Kiel University. So where next? Take oceans into our life. What else do we need to know?
So hey, thank you for taking me here on this really great Ocean Summit, and it's a pleasure to be back on the Ocean Summit. I participated on a few during the last issue of the race. I think the whole most important message here is, in addition to what Martin said, that the ocean is very, very important for our health and our climate. And since I'm a chemist, I would like to talk about carbon and carbon dioxide, which is the main greenhouse gas. And the ocean is actually taking up about 1/4 of the anthropogenic carbon, so the greenhouse gas. So it actually does us a really, really big service. And that's something that people may not know. If we didn't have the ocean to take up all that carbon dioxide, we would have a much warmer climate. But the problem is that we don't really know exactly how much and where it happens. And we know there's big changes from year to year on what that carbon goes, right? So one of the so we have few data. It's a data-starved system. So I'm looking at ocean observing, and here is where the ocean race really kicks in and can make observations of carbon dioxide to understand this cycle of how the ocean is taking up carbon dioxide. So we have a solution. The ocean is taking up carbon dioxide. The ocean race can make observations on where that happens and how much it happens, contributing to a worldwide network of scientists taking these observations. Another thing that you may not know is that even though this is a solution, it is a problem for the ocean. Carbon dioxide acts as an acid. It causes what is called as ocean acidification, which has negative effects on quite a lot of organisms that have calcium carbonate shells, right? So these are things like corals. Particularly deep sea corals are very close to a limit where they can survive. So all we can do here is to try to reduce carbon dioxide emissions. I think that's the main thing we can do for ocean health at the moment, and in addition to talk to it and make people aware. And I think in the sailing community at large, we do have the capacity now with instruments to understand the problem. I think we need to understand the problem and be able to quantify the problem while we do solutions. When we do a solution, we want to see, are we actually making things better? Having an observing system to give us that information is very important. I think I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. So we've had a question about this issue of carbon, because when we think about most of us, our friends, our family, what we see on the newspapers and online, it's always about plastic in our oceans, not about carbon in our oceans. So what do you think we need to do? Or do you think it's important for people to understand that not only is the ocean this massive carbon sink, but also the negative effects that carbon can have in our oceans? Have we made a mistake making plastics such a big deal?
No, I think plastic is a big deal. It is really a problem that we need to tackle. And during the last ocean race, we did have a measurement program of plastics, which I think was very successful, and we got really good data around the world. And I think the ocean race and the sustainability team around ANSSI did a great job in communicating that and getting a lot of attention. And that is one of the good, well, it's not a good thing, but it is one of the issues with plastic. Everybody can see plastic, you can relate to it, we can see pictures of, unfortunately, we can see pictures of turtles snared up in nets and albatrosses full of plastic. So it's something that's visible. It's much easier to communicate than carbon uptake. We do have pictures of deteriorating coral reefs and organisms that don't like that acidification, and those are powerful too.
Images are always powerful.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we seem to have lost your image at the moment. So let's see if we can get your video back. I'm going to come on to our final scientists, and then we've got more questions coming in. So we'll come back round and we'll ask some of those questions. But I want to come to Anouk Blau. She's the senior researcher on marine ecology in Deltalis. So Anouk, what can you build on?
Yes, I'm also very I think ocean observation is very important to really understand what's going on so we can better anticipate. But this is a very slow process, of course, so we should act now. And something I would like to talk about is the SOPHIE project that I've been working on in the last years, where we have developed a science agenda, a research agenda for oceans and human health. Because as Martin already said, oceans are very important for human health. So a healthy ocean is very important for human health. And we think that if this is more appreciated, then that will also benefit ocean health in the end. So we looked at several innovative approaches to promote this appreciation of ocean health. And we looked at several initiatives, like, for example, a citizen science, where people learn more about the sea by being active at the sea and actually also enjoying themselves at sea. Like ecotourism works in the same way. And cleanup actions together, plastic cleanup actions. So this gives a sense of better knowing the sea and enjoying it, and also benefiting while doing that. You exercise, you are together. So that's a very promising way, we think, to work on ocean health indirectly. And I think this Ocean Summit is really a good example as well of awareness raising and making people love the ocean and act.
If I may just shortly comment on Anouk, I think it's great to hear about these initiatives, the SOPHIE project, for example. I think we should really focus on ocean optimism. So what are the solutions? And I'll leave it to Solitaire to address questions from the chat now. But I'm seeing everyone speak about the problems that we encounter, but we really want to give this session a positive vibe. So give us all your best solutions to restore the ocean's health.
Absolutely. And also, please don't be shy. If your best solution is getting us all dressed up in mermaid costumes, if your best solution is renaming the oceans, please give us the ideas. Remember, this is there's no bad idea in a brainstorm. So, and one particular question that's been asked by Marley's Week, and I think it's a really good one, is we've talked a lot over today about getting to the ocean. Get yourself to the water, get yourself to the ocean. But what if you live inland? What if you're a very long way from the ocean? As we know, a huge proportion of our citizens, for example, in China are. What's the best way that you can get involved if actually you're not going to be able to get to the ocean, you can't do a beach cleanup, you're very far away? How can you help?
That's a very good question and a very tricky one. I know that in another project, scientists have looked at ways to bring the ocean to the people. Because apparently the sound of the ocean and the smell of the ocean, that already helps you to restore your mental health and to get relaxation. So that's one way, but that's not going to work along the ways that I just said, that you should be an ambassador for the ocean. And of course, now in this corona crisis, we know that digital connections are also becoming more and more important. So I guess just watching beautiful internet and movies about the ocean also helps to make people more connected. We all know the BBC documentaries that are have really inspired a lot of people.
And honestly, you already gave us a wonderful answer with the citizen science projects that we can all do wherever we are, particularly in this digital age. So I'm going to open this up a little bit now. I've got a couple of questions that are coming in. We've also got solutions that are coming in. One of the questions we've had come in is quite a technical one, and it's about how do we know if we're doing the right thing? So we hear a lot about net zero carbon, getting to there being net zero carbon sort of overall, and that's sort of we understand in terms of our atmosphere. Is there a simpler measure of how much carbon is okay to carry in our oceans? Is there something like the 350 parts per million that we talk about of our air? Or am I asking the wrong question from a scientific perspective? That's open to any of our scientists. Yeah.
Yeah, since I'm talking about carbon, I don't think there is a 350 gigatons of carbon maximum. It's going to be a gradual shift of ecosystem, and it's going to be gradual large impacts due to ocean acidification. I just know that if you are slowing the emissions, a larger fraction of the anthropogenic carbon will actually be stored in the ocean. So, but yes, it's not just the amount of carbon we emit, it's actually how fast we emit it, because there are some time barriers to get the carbon into the ocean that matters. But that will have impacts on biology. If you do it slowly, ecosystem tends to be able to adapt. If you do it fast, they will be less able to adapt. So there's a time fraction in that too.
Can I ask, would Judith or Jiska be prepared to say a word about their idea? Would you mind just giving us a sentence about your UNESCO solution? Speak up if you're prepared to. I'll put your hand up. I feel like somebody's trying to unmute themselves. Oh, there you go.
Sorry.
Hi.
Hi. We are Jiska and Judith from the Dutch Water Authority. That's a youth grouping in the Netherlands for our water authorities. We thought UNESCO is protected. So if we protect the whole ocean, people have to take more responsibility to keep it healthy and thriving. So we thought, yeah, it could work. We hope.
It was our first idea,
the first thing that came to mind.
Yeah.
It's a fantastic idea, that idea of actually giving it that international protection. I mean, that's brilliant. Thank you so much. And thank you for being our first non-official panelists to step up on stage and give us your idea. Okay, who's going to take up Judith and Jiska's mantle and be prepared to, do we have any other of our other youth delegates who are prepared to share an idea? I actually think that Martin might have a suggestion or response to that. Martin, do you want to jump in?
Absolutely. First of all, wonderful thought, colleagues there. It is certainly about taking, or treating our ocean better, or the way it deserves, and maybe protecting it or large parts of it is part of the solution. And we heard quite a few suggestions during the day in the other panels about this 30-30 initiative, which is actually a real initiative to protect about 30% of the ocean by 2030. And these numbers are somewhat science-based. The scientists are saying, but if you want to preserve the biodiversity richness of our planet, if you want to preserve the ecosystem, a good fraction of the ocean needs to be protected. So I think there's a great understanding that is true, and there's quite a few areas which are protected already. So that's wonderful. That gives us hope for optimism. A slight side note, unfortunately, not all of these, quote, protected areas are fully protected. So some of them are protected, but you can still go fishing in them. So I think we need to do a bit more in understanding of that. There's also a legal issue right now. You cannot so easily protect the high seas. That's a legal debate that is the UNESCO and the United Nations are forming. But I really like the solution. So let's push for that we can protect as much as the ocean as possible, but keeping in mind that if you live in Germany or the Netherlands, We don't need fish for our survival. So for us, it's easy to say that. If you live in the shores of Africa, where the ocean is your livelihood, a protected no-take ocean will mean you're going to die. So that's maybe not the solution, right? So there's a right level of protection. So it would allow people who live off the ocean to still go about a sustainable harvesting. But yet, I think there's a lot of activity that really needs attention. So great idea. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Martin.
You know, just adding to Martin as well, girls, I think you just have to push for action. Like, we may have legal constraints, but that doesn't leave you with no power, you know? We youth can take action and push for innovative legal solutions to protect our oceans better.
I want to see another high five between the two of you. You really nailed it. Actually, I just noticed Brianna has posted a question. Brianna, would you like to just ask us what your question is rather than me reading it out?
Hi, yes, sure, that sounds great. I'm coming to you guys from California, in Southern California. So my question is, how are we as youth advocates uniquely positioned within the network of ocean health stakeholders, including governments, international organizations, brands, academics, sporting federations, in fostering collaboration and bringing about sustainable change? And then an additional question to that is, are there any particularly important stakeholders we need to focus on collaborating with in order to bring about this change?
Great question.
But that's my question.
I think Tuste's got an answer.
Yeah, so I think that the collaboration here in what we did in the last issue of the Ocean Race was really good. Ocean Race reaching out and wanting scientists to be part of the solution and part of the sustainability team was a great step in that direction. And also how the sustainability team and the race and the teams really take that on, and how we got funding from Volvo Cars to actually buy instrumentation, created a really great team. So I think more of that, more of engagement from partners, industry, sport events to support scientists would be great. And when it comes to particularly important stakeholders, I think we have many of them. One of is probably shipping in the ocean. Have a conversation with shipping, how they can reduce emissions, maybe start sailing instead of using diesel engines, and maybe they can support scientists even more. Getting a little bit science lab and a few instruments on the ships to take observations would be one way forward. And I think they are interested in that. And brilliant. I think from our science side, we need to find our funding to actually be part of that team.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. I'm going to come to, did I see Richard put his hand up there?
Me?
Or was it, oh, sorry, it was Martin. Apologies. Please, Martin, jump in. And then we have time for about one more question after that. So please throw your question or solution up. On to Martin.
It's a great question. And I just want to provide one opportunity here. As you know, next year, we're starting with the United Nations Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development. And one of the key actors and stakeholders in that preparation process, but also executing the decade, is what we call ECOPs, Early Career Ocean Professionals. And I think this question was exactly about that. So you can Google that, you can find your colleagues. These are early career activists all around the planet getting together and thinking about how they can bring the perspective of the next generation, the actions, the activities into promoting ocean knowledge, ocean data gathering, and solutions for sustainable development from the ocean perspective. So here is a group, a youth-led activity that is going to be very, very influential in this decade of ocean science for sustainable development. And I really want to encourage all of you on this chat today to really reach out to them and make it as powerful youth movement as we've seen with the climate movements around the planet. So I think there's great opportunity there.
Thank you. I just add one final thing, which is a real passion point for me, is the fact that our movement can tend to be quite white and Western. And it's really important when we're thinking about who our allies are around the world and who we can be allies to consider and invite to lead Indigenous voices and communities that are ocean dependent. So I just wanted to bring that into the room of the fact that we've got a massive coalition that's growing and that's beginning with Indigenous voices absolutely at the centre and leading of them. So I'd really like to always encourage that. I noticed a hand up, Aimee and Marsha. Super quick through our last 3 minutes.
No problem. I just want to echo what you said, but I also just want to say I walk the line between scientists and youth. I'm part of the All Atlantic Ocean Youth Ambassadors. But I want to say how important it is that experts in the field actually do help mentor youth. I don't believe they should be separate. I do think that having youth events is a wonderful thing, but I think that while youth are often looked at as not being scientific experts, they are experts in what they want for the planet, and it is going to be their planet after the experts are gone. So I do believe that it should be a tight collaboration between youth and experts at all points. And of course, the more diversity of the voices that we have, the better. So thank you for saying that, Solaire. Or sorry, Solitaire.
Just call me Solly. Solitaire's a ridiculous name. So upvote. I saw Marsha put her hand up as well.
Yeah.
And then we're going to run a poll. We're going to run a poll in like 1 second after Marsha.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks for the word. And like Amir said, I think it's very important that we are working together as scientists or students in the water sector and the younger generation. I think that's very important. And we as Dutch wave makers are trying to educate our younger generation in combination with sports. That's our platform. But I was wondering how we can include themes like the greenhouse gases or like the carbon reduction. How can we do that in like make it physical for kids to like really do hands-on labs or anything like that so that they can really work on it? So maybe you have an idea.
And that's a brilliant idea and solution. I think that there's quite a lot of that's going on around the world. What I'm going to ask is I'm going to ask us, because actually that's a solution rather than a question, honestly, Marsha. I think that is an actual idea. I'm going to ask Jessica to bring up the poll, because it's all about solutions. So what I'd like you to do is these are the solutions that you have raised today in the last 30 minutes.
Yes.
These are your solutions. We did not prepare them. It was a technical nightmare doing it. So please vote for which one you think it's most important to do yourself as an individual. You're not giving someone else a to-do list. This is for you.
Exactly. And also you're able to choose multiple options. So feel free to tick on any that you think might be fit.
But if you tick on all of them, like you're going up and down a lift, then we don't get any interesting results. So tick on a couple. So let's see who of those on. We've got 38 amazing, passionate change makers on this call.
Ambassador for the ocean.
Ambassador for the oceans, people who are going to change the world. Who was it who said, never underestimate a small group of people's ability to change the world? In fact, it's the only thing that ever had. That's us. People will look back to this little moment, this half an hour when we talked about this and said, hey, those people really went out and they did something. So I think we've got the solutions coming in now. Just whilst we wait for those to be posted, I think that Jessica and the team's going to post them. Is there any other of our youth voices who want to reflect on something that's said, who wants to challenge something?
And I think it's great that people are voting for the reduction of carbon usage in daily life as well. It all comes with us as well. You know, we have to take individual action too.
And that's brilliant. So we've got 71% of people saying they're going to change their carbon usage. People saying they're going to reestablish a relationship with their ocean. I think that's absolutely lovely to start with that emotional aspect. Becoming an ambassador. Not many people want to watch inspirational videos, but that's okay. We can do that on our own time as an individual. Lots of work for being an advocate and for local action. So thank you. I'm going to take those as promises. That these are promises that we're making. These are commitments that we're making to ourselves, to the other, and to the ocean. As Martin said for us, behind him is the map that a fish sees, as opposed to the ones that we do. So we just have like a final moment or two here. Is there any other, particularly of our youth advocates, who have something that they'd really like to put on the table? A question or a challenge or a thought.
This is your chance with the scientists.
Hi.
Okay. Hi.
Hi. I'm Ayanti from the Netherlands. I'm active within Fridays for Future. And I would just like to say that if you chose to, like, if you in the poll said that you wanted to, oh, sorry, my cat is weeping. My cat. But if you said that you want to reduce your carbon emissions, you don't have to do that all at once. You can take small steps. For example, if you want to start eating vegetarian, you don't have to do that immediately. You can also stop eating meat like once a week. You don't have to do it all at once. And I think that's really important to realize, because doing a bit is better than doing nothing, because you can't do everything.
Take it with baby steps, definitely.
Exactly. Anybody else want to jump in? Seeing people coming, doing your best is not the same as being perfect. There is no such thing as perfect, particularly when it comes to sustainability. Anything else anyone else wants to jump in with?
Yeah, I want to say something more. I think it's very important as well that we educate ourselves. So we are young and we can still study. And I think it's very important to motivate our generation to study in climate studies or like oceanographics or anything like that, because that's what needs to be done in the future.
Thank you, Marcia. Definitely, education is key, especially for us young generations. We are the future leaders, after all.
Exactly. I'd argue actually quite a lot of you, and particularly you, Jessica, my co-host, are current leaders. So thank you for your leadership. Guys, we're at time. So
thank you for great
please,
hosting. And I just received this photo from my friend Jocka. He's from Rio de Janeiro. And this is a photo of, this is Rio, it's the Corcovado, and it's crystal clear water in Rio de Janeiro. And think about this. Are you getting worried when you see it, or are you getting hopeful? I'm getting hopeful because I love clear water, but it's not normally like this. And just to fill in that, what just Brianna, I think you are all very uniquely positioned because you already know more than most about what we're talking about. And you have a very honest and a very strong belief in that together we can drive change towards a healthier planet. And don't get misled by others. Believe in what you're doing, believe in who you are, and just keep going. And above all, you're really welcome to join the Ocean Race family. So thank you for being here. Great to see you and great to
thank you, guys. So we will say thank you. Being on sessions like this make me believe that it is possible for us to have a planet of 7 to 10 billion happy, healthy, educated human beings living with a recovering ocean. And it took me a long time to learn to be able to say that, because sometimes articulating what we want is harder than articulating what we're running away from. So thank you for feeding my hope. And enjoy the rest of the time, and let's do it. Let's do it.
Thank you all for participating. Thank you all, and the youth especially. Thank you so much, and the scientists for your great knowledge. Thank you for your work.
Thank you so very much. Thank you.